Good morning, and thank goodness it's Monday morning because we are back for some more fun here at the MODUS Super Series. 6 days of competition to see who the penultimate name into Champions Week is going to be. Well, we found out our 10th identity on Saturday night, and this is how things panned out. Jim Long started proceedings a 4-2 win against Tommy Morris, rounded off with a 164 checkout. In Group 2, Dan Reid beat the other Jim, McEwen, in a last leg decider to put him in pole position. Morris would then be left darting off the stage left after losing again 4-2, this time to Oscar Lukasiak. Meanwhile, Reid would seal his progression by beating Adam Mould 4-3 from 3-1 down. Lukasiak won the de facto top spot qualifier in Group 1 against Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. Whilst Chucky secured his passage through with a 4-1 win against former weekly winner Mould. In the semi-finals, McEwen took no time at all to brush aside Lukasiak by 4 legs to 0. Whilst Jim Long came in from the cold to beat Dan Reid and set up our finale.
Yeah, he just wants a go at the ball. Or, if he goes for the treble, which he does, double 14.
Game,
it's
shot,
Jim's week once again.
And the match.
He's
and
the
the
king
MODUS
of the
Super
gyms.
Series Week 10
and
champion,
he's going to be in Champions Week
Jim
as a
McEwen.
Well, Jim McEwen, the winner on Saturday night. And talking about winners, we've got Matthew Redgew up here on the balcony this week. Great to have you back. I was going to say, you're surprised you got a nice introduction for once.
I've never been introduced as a winner before. That's why I'm probably surprised, I think. I was looking around, who's coming up here today? I thought it was me.
Two-time winner now. Anyway, let's talk about Saturday night. Jim McEwen, we know how good he is in this format. He was so good in Southampton. Wanted to translate it on the stage in Porto and now has a second weekly title under his belt.
I don't think you'd worked that out by looking at his face. He never seemed to be sort of... It all felt a bit efforty watching Jim McEwen. I've never seen Jim McEwen celebrate the way he did the other day as well, getting through on Saturday night. But it just felt a little bit like it meant more to him this time. Maybe his form's not been as good coming here, and sort of the experiences that he had in coming here just didn't seem to grasp me as it was normal Jim McEwen. Like say in Southampton, Jim McEwen would go into a week and every single week we'd be talking about him as a potential winner. I was actually here before Jim McEwen's week and we wasn't quite sure what Jim McEwen was going to get, and I felt that from him as well. That was the general vibe. Jim McEwen didn't know what Jim McEwen was going to turn up, but in the end it was the same Jim McEwen we normally get, and he won again.
Well, 10 players booked their way into Champions Week. We'll have a look at Week 11 in just a second, but just having a look at that Champions Week feel, which is beginning to emerge, is opportunity opening for someone to lift that jackpot?
Oh, absolutely. When we look at the lineup for Champions Week, I think this is probably one of the more open Champions Week we've had. Partly because Luke Littler's not in it. He's always been the guy that we've highlighted and said Luke Littler's going to be our Champions Week winner, and he has been. He's now not even in the lineup. We do have Conan Whitehead, who has been a champion before, and Matt Clark, who's got very, very close. So I think it wouldn't be a surprise to see one of those come through. Matt Clark's been knocking on the door for a while. Is it now his time to go through?
Well, we'll find that out. The action gets underway on October the 30th. Do save that date in your diary. But Week 11 is our full focus and attention this morning. And these are the players that are going to be participating. We've got former weekly winner Scott Taylor coming in Group C. James Richardson's come close a few times before. But as far as Group A is concerned, we have a player who made it through to Champions Week last time out in Reece Robertson. He's going to be the headline act in this field. But we've got a couple of ADC qualifiers in David Schlechting and Jana Bottenberg who are going to try and make big impacts.
You asked me a question about Champions Week a second ago, and you used the word opportunity. That's the word I see here for this Group A. I think this is an opportunity. I don't think we have a favourite. I think we've got 6 players here that are very evenly matched, and it's going to come down to who brings it over the next 3 days. The 3 debutants, We've looked into the stats. I've had a chat with them all this morning. We've got 3 very hungry players here, very ambitious, all with good wins, all with good pedigree. And I think we're going to see quite a bit from the 3 debutants as well this week.
So those are the runners and riders. This is what the bookers are saying. This is as far as this group is concerned. This is Group A's outright. Reece Robinson goes off the 13-8 outsider. Is that because of his experience here and winning a week here?
Yeah, and it's probably because he's Mr. Must-See as well, isn't it? If you remember the interview at the back end when he won the week.
And another one.
It was easy work, he said it was at the time. I don't think he's going to make easy work of this group. I think the bookies have had a tough job here in pricing this one up. They have to make someone favourite. If you go into, yes, you're probably going to favour Reece Robinson on the back of the fact he's done it before, but this is no easy. I wouldn't be taking 13-8 on that.
And he's the type of player, isn't he, that will look at that, see himself as favourite in the market and embrace it.
Well, we've been talking about Reece Robinson his whole life, haven't we? So with that situation, he's probably thinking, here we go again. They're talking about me once again, which we are. He was right, I guess. 13-8, though, I think is a little bit short.
Well, the aura of Reece Robinson prevailed in week 2 in the last phase. Let's see what this week is saying in terms of the odds, because Scott Taylor goes off joint favourite alongside Matt Denon at 4-1. But because of Scott's pedigree here, he won a week in Series 3, lost a final in Series 4, and that was only to Barry Van Peer. Is 4-1 perhaps good value on him?
I think there's good value throughout the whole field there. We take a look at James Richardson at 14-1. What value that is. Andy Hamilton 10-1, who's just been announced that he's going to be taking part in the Seniors World Championship. So he's now going to see this as really good preparation and build up for that as well. So I think there's great value all over the field. Scott Taylor 4-1, maybe a little bit short, and maybe depending how this Group A goes, we may see those odds move out. I think if you're going to look at an outright winner, I think maybe you leave it a day or two at Group A, and then we have that discussion on Wednesday when we know a little bit more about the 3 debutants that are going to be here, because I think one of them's going to shine.
Have a listen to Primetime's tips. Hardly ever wrong, is he? Right, let's have a look and see what the bet builders saying today. And see whether Matt's in agreement with what you're punting with at home. It's Bottenberg in the handicap stakes. That's 4-2 or better against Lonsdale at 11-8. Reece Robinson to get the better of Lee Cox at 4-6. And then Schlichting will hit a maximum at evens, pays just under 7-1. Is this a difficult group for a bet builder?
Oh, absolutely. Unless you know these 3 debutants very well, maybe you play locally with them or you've seen them throughout their careers so far, I'd kind of stay away from them a little bit. Give them a lap or 2. See how they get on with the stage. They've not played in this environment before. Some of them played county sort of experience before, but that's completely different experience to what they're about to go up against here. And the scrutiny they're going to be under as well. I would leave this a couple of games. I certainly won't be getting involved in any handicap markets. And I think early on, our punters may get a little bit burnt here because I think we're going to get some good performance, but a little bit of inconsistency.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, the action gets underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with Steve Brown against Lee Cox. Talking about the Live Lounge, Jack Garwer's refereeing on stage, and joining Matt Edgar in the commentary box is a very good morning to Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome along this Monday morning to Series 5, Week 11. Group A gets underway and time is running out for players to book their place in Champions Week. Fantastic first game up for us. Steve Brown taking on Lee Cox, the bomber from Bristol. Taking on Lee Cox. Both players no stranger to that stage here at the Live Lounge. Looking forward to these two setting a benchmark here in our opening fixture. Tough one to call, but it will be the bomber who gets us underway. And Jack Garwood, our referee for the week here at the Super Series.
85.
And rushing down the stairs to join me is Matthew Edgar. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, Phil. Morning, everyone.
95.
Joining us for some Group A action. Great way to kick off, actually, I think, this Group A campaign, because we're probably kicking off with 2 of our most experienced players here at the Super Series.
121.
Experience. That's something we can't say too much about with Steve Brown at the moment in terms of recent experience of darts. He's genuinely not picking him up
100.
that often. Just coming down to the Super Series a couple of times this year is the only real competitive darts we've got for Steve Brown.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting gauge and barometer to see where
135.
he is, because last time he was here, it was heartbreak, wasn't it? That 3-0 up in that final and managed to lose against Rennie Idams. So I'm sure there's some redemption
140.
in his
Steve,
mind.
you require 160.
That's a flyer.
That's the lack of experience of relevant form. That's all that is. He's very quickly recovered it. It is early in the morning here as well, 9:40 a.m. here in the UK.
112.
Just comes out the hand at a slightly funny angle. Giving a little smirk there, Steve, but lucky enough that Lee Cox can't finish.
100.
I think he's giving a bit of a
Steve,
smirk
you
because he was
require
just testing
48.
Jack Garwood out first thing this morning.
Welcome to the Super Series, Jack. Now, he's had to move right away across to create the
32.
angle. And as you can see
Lee,
there
you
from
require
the
66.
overhead shot, he didn't have a lot to work with. An early break opportunity for Lee Cox. It's going to be one at double 18.
30.
And it goes astray.
Steve, you require
So
16.
lifeline for Steve Brown. Can he work off of it?
Game
The
shot on the
answer is
first
yes, he
leg.
can.
Steve Brown.
The bomber holds in leg one.
It was interesting watching Steve Brown there as well,
Second
because
leg,
he was
it's
sort
Lee
of
to
doing a
throw
bit
first.
of body contortion
Game
at the
on.
back of the stage to watch and see what was going on. Nowadays, you tend to find that players don't watch their opponents or want to know
100.
what their opponents are doing.
Yeah, it is. It
45.
is strange, but you and I both picked up when he was throwing his practice darts on the stage this morning, Matt, was the change of
100.
equipment from Lee Cox since the last time he was here. Now throwing a Gerwin Price
40.
dart, and as an interesting story behind that, there we have it, the
40.
Gerwin Price model and metal stem as well. And that all came about, Matt, from a game against Daryl Fitton back in Series 3.
60.
Now, Daryl Fitton won the game. Lee Cox has averaged just over 102. And
180.
if he bangs in a max, Daryl Fitton said to Lee, you need to change your darts.
125. Lee, you require 81.
We'll get the finish out of the way as he gets 2 at double 12.
Game shot on the
Fabulous
second leg.
14
Lee
dart
Cox.
holder throw for Lee Cox, level at 1-1. Now, as a player, if you've just lost 4-3 in a close
leg,
game,
it's
averaging
Steve to throw first.
102, and
Game
your
on.
opponent said to you, you need to change your darts, what would your reply be?
Mind your own business, pal.
45.
You can tell Daryl Fitton that, because I'm not. But an interesting conversation then took place in our practice room between the pair. And it was a simple case of,
135.
your dart's too long, you need to shorten it. And Lee went away and mulled over things and bit the bullet, went to a
45.
shorter dart, a little bit heavier. And he says he's now a better player for it. So thanks, Daryl.
Daryl Fitton's inbox is going to be
85.
inundated with people sending him videos of their throw now. Can you look at my darts, please, Daryl?
Yeah, what? Are these ones right?
45.
But again, for Lee this week, I think it's all about
45.
consistency, because we've seen him be brilliant here, and then we've seen the radar go astray. So I'm interested to see where his
40.
game is right now.
Yeah, last time Lee Cox came here, he came here off the back of a successful Challenge Tour weekend, and I think fatigue just got the
55.
better of him that week. It was a very busy week for him. He came straight here off the back of a semi-final where he felt he should have got to the final. Was very, very good in Group A, but then just ran out of steam in his
85.
Group B campaign. But he'll look at this week and surely think, there's no one in here that scares me. There's no one in here with that
42.
reputation that you think that's the man to beat.
Yeah, no, I fully agree.
180. Lee require 139.
Lee Cox looking at 139 to break. Will he go ball or treble 14? He's gone for the treble 14 route, which would have left tops. But he was in control of this leg
81. Steve, you require
until Steve
61.
Brown smashed in that maximum.
21.
Steve Brown can't
Lee
convert the
require
61.
58.
So Lee Cox will get 2 darts at tops for a 2-1 lead. Now he's chasing 10s.
38.
Chance goes a begging.
Steve, you require 40.
So a chance here for Steve Brown to cling on to his throw. A lot of dartboard between that dart and the double. And again, not able to adjust.
20.
And quite often you do
Lee
find that when
require
you get
20.
so far away from it, they find this massive adjustment.
One more in hand.
No score.
It's unlucky. He's just gone
Steve, you
inside,
require
but it's the wrong
20.
side of the wire.
That's the wrong side of the wire. He slipped in the 15. 1 dart, a double 2.
No
And
score.
again, a long way off. There's a few wayward darts
Lee,
here
you
for Steve
require
Brown.
20.
I do think as the week goes on, we're going to see that decrease. But this is an opportunity here for Lee Cox
Game
to
shot on the
get a
third
victory
leg.
here
Lee
against
Cox.
arguably name-wise his biggest rival for picking up this Group A title.
Yeah, and
Fourth
something
leg.
I
It's
just
Lee
picked
to
up
throw
on there
first.
watching
Game on.
Steve's body language. I don't know if he's got cold hands, but he keeps rubbing his hands together, looking as if to get some heat in them.
100.
Just Monday morning, the same as Lee Cox there, just
91.
blowing into his hands. It is a crisp autumn day for the first time, so maybe some adjusting to do.
100.
It's that time of year where different factors start to come into play. Some people love it. Some people love the cold on the
45.
darts. Remember, was it Stuart Keller
was
who put
Stuart
his darts
Keller.
in the fridge?
At the Worlds. Not sure that one ever caught on putting your darts in the fridge.
70.
Well, we've seen darts in the lake before, haven't we? At the old lakeside. But Gary Anderson weren't it the guy who put them in there the most?
I'll tell you what. If you could drain that
100.
lake and find them, some of those will be worth some money because those Gary Anderson Dream Boy darts you can't get hold of anymore.
A Dream Boy dart. He hates that
100.
nickname, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
It's just a shame that there's plenty of now media outlets that are willing to remind him of it
125.
constantly.
Lee, you require 131.
It's an interesting one now on the 131.
41.
That Lee's quite
Steve, you require
traditionalist, going upstairs
140.
first. We see a lot going treble 17, tops now.
I expect to see
50.
Lee staying on the 20s
Lee
here. 2
require
singles for
90.
Bolt, treble 20. Give him an opportunity at the double 15, and he's just completely proved me wrong on that one.
It's gone the aggressive route.
54.
And they're two
Steve,
well
you
thrown
require
darts, and perhaps
90.
hasn't got the rewards he deserves.
45.
Neither player there deciding to
Lee
go the
require
traditional or the
36.
safer option of the straight 20s.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah,
Lee Cox.
And Lee Cox is 3-1 up now. But as a player, what's your opinion on that? I get you're backing yourself to hit, but surely you
Fifth
take
leg. It's
the
Steve to throw first. Game
sensible
on.
game management approach and guarantee yourself a dart to win the leg?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it because it
60.
increases the need of accuracy. Yes, it shows confidence, but the amount of perfect
100.
darts or accurate darts has increased because going the 18s, hit the single, you've left 72. You either need 2 doubles now, or you need a treble and a double.
85.
At least Staying on the 20s, it just allows you the 2 singles to a dart at the double, and it's at a target you've just thrown at for the entire leg.
85.
Yeah, Steve Brown
70.
up against it here, staring down the barrel of a 4-1 defeat at the moment. Now, it's early
83.
in the week, so it's not disastrous, but you won't want too many of them in the ledger.
46.
Yeah, I do think, though, for Steve Brown, I don't think Group A is going to be his focus at all. I think Group A is the group where he tries to get himself ready to try and attack a Group B or a Group C.
57.
Because he doesn't pick the darts up very often. It's a very rare thing at the moment that we're seeing Steve Brown actually be the dart player. He's normally spending most of his time focusing on other dart players with his ventures of the ADC and the
135.
JDC.
Yeah, the ADC, another very successful
60.
year in their
Steve, you require
young
105.
infancy as an organisation.
Yeah. 45.
I'm going to see you at some
Lee,
ADC
you require
events in
116.
the future.
No, I'm afraid not. It's not on the to-do list of my
60.
limited appearances
Steve,
that I
you
now
require
make.
60. Game shot on the 5th leg. Steve Brown.
So hold a throw for Steve Brown, back within 1, but needs to
6th leg.
find
It's Lee to
something
throw
here
first.
on the Lee Cox
Game
darts.
on.
Cracking system, though, the ADC. It's gave us some great players here at the Super Series, and we've got 3 more coming your way today here in Group A.
125.
2 players representing ADC Europe, and Tom Lonsdale, a recent winner of an ADC title.
30.
He'll be coming up in a couple of games' time against Jarno Bottenberg. An all-ADC battle.
45.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the debutants today. We had a little chat with them earlier on to get some info and everything like that.
177.
And all of them backing their ability, which I like.
I described it upstairs as
100.
hungry. That's what I got from them 3 lads this morning. Hungry, desire, and ambition.
46.
Really looking forward to seeing how they take to this stage, and I think that's why I warned our punters this morning, just to let them have a couple of laps
83.
before you get involved. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, fully agree. But Lee Cox
60. Lee,
now
you
has
require
6 starts
148.
for 148 to get 2 points on the board. And he's going to need those 6.
70.
It's a huge last dart. How much pressure can Steve Brown apply?
45. Lee, you require 78.
It's going to get 2 at double 12. Wrong side of the wire. It's in the double 9. So he's coming back for a tricky double 3. No one likes this.
Game shot.
However,
and the match. Lee Cox.
Lee Cox has won the match, but you'd never guess it by that reaction. Far from happy with that performance, but it is the crafty Coxie who wins the opening game in Group A. A 4-2 win over the bomber Steve Brown. Brown will need to improve on that double percentages as the week goes on. But coming up after the break, we're going to have Reese Robinson against David Schlichting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Lee Cox has got his campaign off to the perfect start, getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2 in our opening game of the session. Next up for us, Reece Robinson, a man who made it through to Champions Week last time out, taking on a debutant in this particular competition in David Schlichting. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Phil Bars and Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, we're back with a previous winner here. Reece Robinson, a winner of a Challenge Tour event, former PDC Tour card holder, and Mr. Must-See taking on the 20-year-old debutant here, David Schlichting, nicknamed the Turtle. I really like that, and we spoke about the image of David Schlichting, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as it goes on, because he's got a very individual sort of identity. He's a ambitious player, wanting to go full-time, looking to go professional. Currently studying at university, a biology degree, so always good to have that backup plan as well.
First leg,
Certainly
it's Reece to throw
20
first.
years old.
Game on.
He's the Berlin champion, amongst many other titles that he's been picking up. So Reece Robinson is going to need to be on guard here, because David Schlichting certainly has the game.
60.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and it was just intriguing to speak to David, that we got 10 minutes with him earlier, just to get
55.
to know his quirks and what makes him tick. And I'm interested to see him this week. That ambitious, has plans, knows his limit at the moment, but also knows where he wants to go.
180.
And he's showing plenty of signs in his development tour career so far, and playing on the Challenge Tour, that he can do bits. He's
58.
beaten Nathan Rafferty, Bradley Brooks, two players who have got PDC Tour calls. Jacques Labry, someone who was here last year, now also has his PDC Tour card. And Thibaut Tricol, who is
140.
a regular here at the Super Series as well. So if this was horse racing, you'd say he's got a bit of a chance based on those sort of results.
Yeah, and look, we've seen players, established
60.
players, come here.
Reece, you require
And
121.
it takes them a few games to get used to life here at the Super Series. Trouble 20 would have left double 18.
65.
But Reece Robinson is wasting no time here, taking no prisoners in this opening leg.
134.
He's
Reece, you require
56 after just
56.
12 darts. 2 darts at tops. Lovely marker.
60.
How's he managed to find a dart between the wire and that dart?
Take him to Hogwarts.
64. Reece, you require 40.
This time around,
Game shot on the
Finds
first
tops.
leg. Reece Robinson.
Reece Robinson with a comfortable holder throw. Ended up being 16. It could have been better, but he'll take it.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to say it first, Phil. I'm going to get there before you do. Made light work of that leg, didn't he?
100.
I'm going to be on this all week. That was probably one of my favourite ever interviews I've ever seen from a player that's won a week.
It was interesting.
125.
If you haven't seen it yet, let me just tell you some of the highlights from that interview. We made light work of him. They call him Clutch Robbo. He was Mr. Must-See.
58.
There's always been an aura of greatness about him, and they've been talking about him his whole life.
I'd have had a field day with my headlines, wouldn't I?
Which one would you have gone
95.
I'm Mr. Must-See. From a technical
59.
aspect, first look at David here, and what's your assessment of the action early on?
I'm going to start even more skin deep than that. I'm going to start with
140.
the image. I like it. I like the fact that he's not got a traditional dart shirt on here. It's very... It's like just a normal shirt.
100.
But it actually
Reece, you require
suits him really well.
141.
Yeah, I agree. I like it, and
65.
it's very Nico-esque back in the day.
Yeah, very little do we ever see this sort of thing. I mean, we see players play with polo shirts before. The rule is it has to have a collar.
100. Rishi
And,
requires
it's got the
76.
collar on, so it's a legal shirt.
Looking at 8-8 to double his advantage. But
68.
he goes inside.
David, you require 84.
So this is David's chance. He's going to get 2 at double 12. That's unlucky.
72. Rishi require 8.
A couple of chances missed from David Schlichting.
Game shot on the
Don't
second
get any
leg.
more
Reece Robinson.
against Reece Robinson. And that's just the difference there between the levels of the players at the moment. We know what Reece
Third
Robinson is
leg, it's
capable
Reece
of.
to throw
A
first.
former Challenge Tour
Game
winner. But
on.
the fact he's had a tour card, that is where David wants to go, but it's somewhere Reece has been. Remember when Reece Robinson burst on the scene for the first time? It was the UK Open. He had a bit of a run
50.
when it was at the old Reebok Stadium.
You mean the best version of the UK Open?
Oh, it was special, wasn't it? Special. It was special to play in, and it was special to
137.
go in and observe as well in that sort of environment.
Yeah, all the boards in one room. Look, Minehead's great for the fans, and I fully understand it, but
140.
there was just something a little bit magical about every board in one room, where you had the main stage across the back wall, board one down the side, and then mirroring across the main
55.
stage, the 8 outboards.
Well, you can tell how much that environment is loved and almost missed on the back of, look at a Friday afternoon and a Friday evening.
78.
The best board to be at, or the best room, is boards 3 to 8.
Well, you just knew in being in the arena and stuff like that, that there was a shock, or you'd hear the roar and everything like that. Even if you were watching the
99.
main board on TV, you'd hear the roar of something that was happening out the back.
I had the privilege of playing in that event 3 times, and the very, very last one that was at the Reebok.
134.
And I used the
Check.
word privilege
128.
intensely, because it was a privilege to be a part of something that we'll probably never see in darts ever again. Such a unique
140.
environment.
Rishi require 105.
One of my memories there as a fan, well, a fan and a friend. I'll come back to it in a second. But tops,
Game
that
shot on
is
the third
absolutely
leg. Reece
outstanding
Robinson.
from Reece Robinson. We get the big fist pump of the celebrations. He takes the 105 out. And this is very
Fourth
impressive.
leg, it's David to throw first.
Winning legs
Game
of
on.
16, 16 and 15 with a 105 finish from Mr. Must See.
96.
I'm going to say, going back to the UK Open point, Matt, that 2 players that have both played here at the Super Series, I'm going to say sorry
140.
to Kevin Painter, first of all, but went there, Aaron Monk against Kevin Painter on board 1. When Aaron... And it was a shock at the time, because Kevin
85.
was one of the best players in the world. When Aaron beat him, you can imagine that went down well.
140.
Just looking back to that 2011 campaign where Reece Robinson burst on the scene, he only went down 9-8 to Andy Smith on stage 2, the Pie Man, who, when you talk about players that was one of the best players in the world,
29.
he really was at that point. The Pie Man was a player to be feared.
And I've actually been really impressed with David Schlichting
140.
here. On debut, yes, he's 3-0 down, but he's run into an inspired performance here from Reece Robinson, averaging 103
98.
right now. But
Rishi
just,
require
there's a
81.
lot to like about David. A lot to like indeed. But he's going to get 2 at double 12 to seal a whitewash win.
57.
Don't think he's happy with that one.
He would have been over the 100 average had that gone in. And When you say there's always been an aura of greatness about you, you need to be popping in the 100 averages.
46.
Polished performance.
Rishi required 24.
Proving why he is the favourite to win this week. You said no one likes double three.
18.
We nearly had back-to-back games won.
David, you
on
require
double three.
147.
But the snooker max isn't going to go on the dartboard, and Reece Robinson will return
58.
to
Rishi
seal that
requires
4-0
6.
victory.
Game shot and the match.
And there it is. Reece Robinson bags the points in a 4-0 victory over debutant David Schlichting. David can take confidence from that. It was a decent performance on debut. He's just run into one. Reece Robinson averaging 95 in the end, but for nearly all of that game, it was well over the 100 mark. As we see the stats there, very impressive from our former weekly winner. But coming up after the break, we're going to see another debutant in Jarno Bottenberg taking on Tom Lonsdale.
Well, we were talking about it before. We're going to talk about him a little bit more now. Reece Robinson, that was a really good performance off the gate there to get the better of David Schlichting by 4-0 in his opening game of the group. Right, time for the final game of the first round of fixtures now here at the Super Series. And we're going to see two debutants go toe-to-toe. Jarno Bottenberg, an ADC European qualifier, up against Tom Lonsdale. Now, he qualified for this tournament by winning one of the ADC Open events in 2023, beating a certain Luke Littler, no less. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Tom to talk about that particular success and his week ahead here at the Super Series. Tom, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's sort of been a long time coming, I think. Been really wanting to get on here and have the opportunity, and I'm just sort of grateful and looking forward to seeing what I can do.
Qualified here by right, won one of the ADC Open Series events earlier this year, beating a certain Luke Littler in the final.
Yeah, that was a bit mad, really. I was sort of going through the day and I saw that he was still in, and I was sort of hoping that it was going to be him in the final, really, because like he's done so well down here, and hopefully he goes on to do great things. So to have the opportunity to play him and happily beat him, it was really good.
Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I've been playing darts a long time, and obviously with darts, loads of ups and downs. So just sort of happy to get on here and that, really. Yeah.
You set any goals and expectations this week, or is it just a case of just taking everything as it comes?
Yeah, sort of take it as it comes, really. I mean, with darts, you don't know how you're going to perform until it actually happens. So I'm quite confident I'm going to do all right, but like I say, it's just on the day, really. So
We look forward to watching you here. All the very best this week, Tom. Good luck.
nice one, thank you.
I'm looking forward to this one, Matt. I have to say that 2 debutants, but we spoke to them both, and both back in their own ability, both know where they want to go in the sport, and I'm looking forward to seeing this.
I used a bunch of words earlier: hungry, ambitious, determined. I think they are the best ways to describe the players you're about to see here. 2 players that are representing the ADC, respectively. Tom Lonsdale, 26-year-old from Bridgewater.
First leg, it's Yano to throw first.
Part of the world
Game
you
on.
normally think you've got to Minehead when you're a reach, but you're normally a long way away still, despite the fact the sat-nav mileage doesn't say you're too far to go. Taking on Yano,
57.
who's been playing on the development tour. Reached a semi-final, qualified for the World Youth Championship, and you're going to see him later on this
95.
year at Lakeside. He did win one of the qualifying spots in Asan. He's had to wait a bit of time, though, hasn't he? He's
100.
talked this morning about how the form was better then, but he feels it's coming back, and he can really use this week as good preparation.
60.
Yeah, and it was interesting when we were talking to him about his best win and who he'd beaten along the way. He
96.
absolutely neglected to tell us that in that World Youth, he was drawn in a group alongside Jared Cole and Leighton Bennett
96.
and beat them both. And Jared Cole, we've seen what he's done, and Yano just dismissed it out of hand.
100.
He was quite a tricky character to get information out of, wasn't he? He played a lot of
60.
cards close to his chest.
Yano,
It was
you require
very much as,
148.
I haven't really done anything yet, which tells me he feels his biggest achievements
134.
are in front of him rather than behind him, because he doesn't feel like he's quite where he wants to be yet.
124. Yano, you require 14.
Double 7 for the
Game
opening
shot in
leg.
the first leg. Yano Bottenberg.
And Yano takes it like that, averaging smidge under 94 here. It's an impressive debut leg, but
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Tom's not done a lot wrong there.
When we talk about young
43.
bloomers, it's very rare that we get players, certainly within the county system of darts, that get their call up early. We know that the county
57.
system's very... Well, it's a bit dated
I
in
was,
its
I was
way.
about to say dated is exactly the word that you were looking for.
But
135.
with the county system, we tend to find that it's ran by traditionalists who don't like putting young players in these sort of
100.
situations, where Tom actually got his first county call-up at 14. It's very rare you see
79.
players so young taking part in the county scene.
Yeah, that really was an interesting one when he was talking about his development and
134.
where he wanted to go, what he wants to do. Comes from an area that's a tough school of darts as well, and
42.
was talking about playing against Ryan and Ricky Palmer, Ryan Searle in there as well, and of course Bridgewater is
60.
famously Gary Anderson country.
Well, I believe there's some Gary Anderson darts on stage, isn't there, there with Jarno?
Jarno, you require 150.
Yeah, Jarno using the traditional Gary Anderson dart.
42. Tom, you require 57.
But tops for his first leg at the MODUS Super Series. Just crept the wrong side of the wire.
27.
It's a well-thrown dart, isn't it? It's
Jarno, you require
fractions.
108.
And they're shots that frustrate you, especially if your opponent then goes in and pops out 108 finish.
88.
Good effort from Jarno.
Tom, you require
Liking
30.
what I'm seeing.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's
Tom
a
Lonsdale.
fabulous dart from Tom Lonsdale. The bed looked blocked and he found a way to navigate past for his first leg on the board at
Third
the
leg,
MODUS
it's
Super
Jarno to throw
Series.
first. Game on.
Talking about darts, obviously the Gary Anderson one that Jarno is throwing is a very
95.
straight barrel traditional dart, but on the Tom dart there looks to be some funky grips and grooves on that one.
85.
Yeah, I can't quite work. The thing that comes to my mind when I see that is Pixels, the Adam Sandler movie.
83.
And I don't know why.
The first thing that comes to my mind when I look at that dart is Peter Wright.
43. 59.
I'm
100.
enjoying the first start of Tom Lonsdale. He's able to get a very good sort
94.
of firm delivery. Of course, he then goes and spurns one in the 5 with the dart kicking out to the right.
43.
Of course he does.
Jarno, you require
Standard.
170. 98.
Looking for treble 18, which should have left the double, but he will be back. Tom not on a finish.
60. Jarno, you require 72.
72 for a 2-1 lead. Another 16 for a dart at tops.
52. Tom, you require 170.
That would have been some way to introduce yourself to the MODUS Super Series with the
60.
fish.
Jarno, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
But it is Jarno who pins double 10 to lead 2-1 for another hold of throw on
Fourth
obviously
leg, it's Tom
the
to throw
170 the
first.
fish. Where
Game on.
do you stand on darting terminology? Are you a fan of the big fish phrase or not?
99.
I think it's a term that is very overused. I think certain terminology should stick to certain people.
100.
And I think with darts, what we tend to get is a term gets used and then it gets used
81.
universally. I'd like to see people have their own phrases and sort of expressions.
So the big fish
100.
stays with Rod Stud as Jarno Bottenberg pins his first max.
96.
See, traditionally, I reckon if you was to survey that, most people would say the big fish was Wayne Mardle.
83.
I remember it from that night in Newcastle with the most ridiculous leg of darts from Gary Anderson and Michael Van Gerwen.
84.
That's where it
Jarno, you
sticks in my
require
mind from.
138.
Yeah, I like
86.
expressions that have
Tom, you require
identity behind them.
141.
About a 141. Double 12.
Game shot on
Welcome
the
to the
fourth leg.
Super Series, Tom
Lonsdale.
Lonsdale. A 141 finish. If you can put a couple of 180s before that as well,
Fifth leg, it's Jarno to throw
you
first.
can have a special
Game
moment
on.
this week. But a first special moment for Tom Lonsdale. Big 141, and that is the moment he's arrived on
40.
that stage.
Especially because his throw was under pressure there as well from Jarno with the max in that leg.
96.
No nerves whatsoever.
See how it just changes things. Those darts thrown a lot more firmer into the
48.
board.
Yeah, I think the nerves have gone.
140.
When you get a big moment like that, it does help take them away. Also, makes your opponent be very aware of what they're up against. These will be two players that are likely not to have crossed paths before.
140.
All of a sudden, this game has sparked into life, and it's turning in to an absolute belting contest.
140. Tom, you require
4
125.
140s on the spin. And there is a potential break of throw opportunity here for Tom Lonsdale.
45. Yano, you require 133. 41.
If Tom can stay straight,
Tom,
he
you
should be getting
require
at least
80.
a dart. He's going to get 2. He
Game
only
shot on
needs
the fifth
1.
flag. Tom
A
Lonsdale.
fine leg of darts there for Tom Lonsdale, going out in just 14 darts. 141 finish, backs it up with an 80. And he's
Sixth
looking
flag. It's
cool,
Tom to throw
calm and
first.
collected.
Game on.
His best leg of the contest has put him in
60.
control.
Breaks the throw at the ideal break point. That's a lovely point to break the throw, when you can just walk straight
134.
down the oche and come straight back to throwing again.
I love it when players do it as well, because it just imposes yourself
140.
on that stage, just to say, I know what I've done.
Jarno's not taking it lying down, though.
140.
Backs up the 134 with a 140. You said that has really sparked this game into life. We've
59.
starting to see the best of both, and you tend to get the best of both players when they both are hitting. Certainly with debutants, you're not going to get too often where one
57.
player hits while the other one doesn't. They're sort of carrying each other through this game with some quality.
It's one of those things in sport, isn't it? That
134.
9 times out of 10, a great
Yano, you
sporting
require
moment,
170.
you always remember the winner, but you need a good dance partner to go with it.
59.
Absolutely.
Tom, you require 108.
And the way Tom's been finishing, you won't put this one past him either. He's got to try and squeeze past. Not able to on this occasion, but sets it up
92.
beautifully. What a
Yano,
back
you
end of
require
the game this is from
111.
Tom Lonsdale.
This 111 is going to have to go. It's a dart at tops to keep it alive.
71.
And it
Tom, you
misses.
require 16.
Across the board, double 4, third match darts.
12.
And that is the hardest one to
Yano,
convert.
you require 40.
The one that gives you the points, or the one that gives your opponent the opportunity to extend the game to a last leg decider.
Jarno
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Pins
Yano
tops.
Bottenberg.
and Bottenberg keeps his hopes alive, but it is Lonsdale who has missed match darts. And now Jarno having the
Seventh
throw
and final leg.
is no
It's
favour
Yano
again.
to throw first. Game on.
First important point of the game there, and noteworthy point. Lonsdale,
96.
3 match darts for a 4-2 victory.
60.
A little bit floaty. Maybe a little bit of nerves. Maybe feels his best opportunity has passed him by. And he will not like what
100.
he's seeing, because Jarno doing his job. When you've got the throw, you just need to find that one treble of throw. When you've got the darts, you should be getting an opportunity.
41.
Yeah, it forces your opponent into 2 treble visits. And Matt, obviously I've never thrown at the level that you have, but going to the oche,
78.
knowing you have to hit 2 trebles must be a horrible experience.
Oh, it's never fun. It's never fun.
137.
And that's just to give yourself a potential opportunity as well. Having the darts is massive, and especially when you're in a last leg shootout, because everything feels so
140.
heightened. That 140, massive, gives Jarno a guaranteed shot to win this match.
99. Yano, you require
87
87.
for a debut win here at the Super Series. Gonna get a dart at the ball.
Game
and
shot.
pins the
And the match,
bullseye.
Jarno
We see the
Bottenberg.
celebration from Jarno Bottenberg. He wins the battle of the newcomers here in Group A, but it was a fabulous contest. Tom Lonsdale missing a couple of match starts in the leg before, but there we have the stats. 90 average on debut for Bottenberg. He will be over the moon with that. But coming up after the break, someone's O has to go as Reese Robinson and Lee Cox lock horns.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jarno Bottenberg got his first win, rising to the occasion, getting the better of Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 3. Prior to that, we saw an impressive victory from Reese Robinson against David Schlechting, and Lee Cox getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. And it is Cox and Robinson who are going to be up against one another in our next match. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt Edgar and Phil Buzz.
Thank you very much, Henry. And that is the first round of fixtures completed. And here we have 2 of the winners in that round, Lee Cox and Reese Robinson. And you have to say, judging on their numbers and performance in round 1, that Reese Robinson is the favourite for this one.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely. On the last match. However, totally new game here, and we know what Lee Cox is capable of.
95.
The 2 would have come across each other many times in the past, so there's going to be no sort of fear factor either way round. And the pair have probably looked at each other
60.
before that performance of Jarno Bottenberg in the last one, which, by the way, I thought was mightily impressive. They probably looked at each other and thought, beat
140.
the other player here across the 3 days, and that could be the key to winning this group.
Yeah, I definitely think that
84.
that Jarno has given them all something to think about after that debut victory.
96.
But Reece Robinson started slow in the opening leg compared to the blistering start we saw
95.
in
Lee,
game
you
one.
require 170.
Lee Cox looking at top of the shop to hold. It's not going to go, but
78.
that treble 19 just gets him out of jail a little bit, gets him down to a manageable 2 data. Is this a go in price? Drop the dart, pick it up and hit.
77. Lee, you
I don't
require
think on that
92.
occasion, which does give Lee Cox the opportunity to completely ignore the potential bullseye route, which most people do nowadays anyway.
56.
But Lee Cox seems to love this area of the board and sets himself up on the double 18 once again to get
128.
an early lead against
Lee,
Reece
you require
Robinson.
36.
But now he's under some pressure. Double 9. This is the switch that no
Game
one
shot on the
likes.
first leg. Lee Cox.
But Lee Cox pins double 9 with his first darts to lead 1-0. 17 dart holder throw. And
Second leg,
we
it's
see
Reece
so
to throw
many players
first.
get in trouble
Game
from
on.
that switch to 18s to 9s. So I'm sure inside Lee Cox will be absolutely delighted not to make a mess of that.
94.
We spoke in Lee Cox's opening
100.
match about the change of darting equipment. One of the things that it looks like straight away for me is there seems to be a better line of balance within the dart. Because if you remember before, the dart used to kick off at all sorts of different
92.
angles. It was certainly at an upright, but we'd also lose the angle of the dart to the point where it would kick out to the side, where we're getting a more consistent angle of entry
60.
here from Lee Cox.
Yeah, it's also interesting that we've got the metal stem as well. It's not used that much really at the top level. Obviously we know
60.
Gerwin Price uses it, but there's not many that do, and it's interesting, and we're getting a good line of sight there that they're entering at a very nice angle.
60.
All three the same, the consistency level is there.
The perfect angle, because actually that angle there with that little Reece Robinson the same, that tiny little bit of lift means nothing is blocked. You can go under the bed and it doesn't block it. You can hit a big 20, you don't block up tops. You can go over the top of
137.
it and it'll open it up. That tiny bit of lift, where before it was just far too aggressive on the Lee Cox throw.
85. Reece, you require 118.
So 118. Does Reece Robinson have Lee Cox's number? I'm not sure on the 25 route on 118.
86.
And Reece Robinson not sure of his action there as well. He said, "What was that?" as he sort of hooked the arm across, indicating that he feels he's just holding onto the dart a little bit too long.
79. Reece, you require 32.
But double 16 for a level game. Only one more.
No score.
And clearly
Lee,
frustrated.
you require
Etched
117.
all over the face of Reece Robinson.
When a player
57.
starts to get frustrated,
Reece, you
you
require
start to feel a
32.
little bit more nervous for them. Especially when he doesn't feel comfortable in the action at the moment, feel like he's throwing across the body rather than out
Game
towards the
shot on the
board.
second leg. Reece Robinson.
And that will help ease him into this game. We know he can be an explosive player. We know he can
Third
put
leg, it's Lee to throw
runs and legs
first.
together.
Game on.
Spoke earlier about that 2011 run at the UK Open.
95.
That included a couple of sizable wins I'm interested to see which one you think is going to be the biggest one out of these two. Was it the 9-8 against Wayne Jones in 2011, who was Mr. Consistency?
60.
Or was it the 4-0 victory over Wayne Mardle, who was one of the biggest names in the darts, but on the way towards the exit door?
I think it's a very intriguing
100.
question, because if you just looking at names on resumes, Wayne Mardle is the bigger name. But in terms of what they were doing at the time,
140.
Wayne Jones. So it's depending how you're assessing it at that point in time. Is that a fair gauge?
Yeah, it's
140.
always a tricky conversation to have, isn't it? Because obviously you'd want the bigger name.
Yeah, if you said to any darts fan, I've beaten Wayne Jones or I've beaten Wayne Mardle,
100.
everyone's instantly drawn to the name.
Well, will he be able to say that he's beaten Lee Cox? If he
126.
is, he's going to have to keep raising his game here, because Lee Cox has the advantage of throw and is raising the standard.
125. Lee, you require 40.
Tops for 2-1. Across the board to 10s. Now it's getting desperate. 5s.
30.
Chance gone.
Reese, you require 76.
Opportunity on the 8s.
Game shot on the third leg.
Brilliant
Reese
there
Robinson.
from Reese Robinson. Survived. 3 darts there from Lee Cox. Takes advantage.
Fourth leg,
and
it's Reese to
now
throw
has the
first.
advantage of throw.
Game on.
Punish the mistake.
I do believe
57.
in the past we've spoke quite a lot about Lee Cox being the London County captain. I believe he's handed that in now, hasn't he? He's no longer the captain.
Yeah,
43.
Just chatting to him, I don't think county's too high on his horizon at the moment, because just had a little girl and family and everything like that. So
140.
I think he's concentrating more on himself at the moment in his career.
134.
Which you tend to find that's the way county is these days, isn't it? It's now a development or a stepping stone to bigger and better things.
140.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the current county setup. I think in the world we live in these days, where things are tight
125.
for a lot of
Reese, you
people,
require 164.
asking players to travel hundreds of miles for 7 or 9 legs, it just doesn't make any sense for me.
100.
Yeah, that's something I'm sure we could speak about for hours on end and put the world to rights.
90.
And upset everyone as well at the
Reese, you
same
require
time.
64.
And this 64 would upset Lee Cox because it'd put Reese Robinson a leg away from winning the match.
24. Lee, you require 109.
Travel 20, leaves 49. It's going to be Tops.
89.
Tops isn't
Reese, you
there.
require 40.
And this is something we saw at the weekend. I want to pick your brain on it as well, but let's see if Reese Robinson pins this first of all.
Game
And he
shot on
does
the
it. It's
fourth leg.
3-1
Reese Robinson.
to Reese Robinson. It's 3 legs on the spin. So we've seen Lee miss a couple
Fifth
of
leg, it's Lee to throw
darts at Tops
first.
now, and
Game
they
on.
keep coming low. And Dan Reed did the same last week, where every opportunity it was leave Tops. And I haven't got the numbers in
60.
front of me, but his percentage on Tops was low. Now, I get you have favourite doubles and you have go-tos, but when it's not going your way, a change of scenery is sometimes
100.
better, isn't it?
See, I can give you 2 answers to this. One, in my role as an analyst or a statistician, where I'd look at it and go, that don't work, you shouldn't be doing
85.
that. But then I'll also give you the human factor of the dart player that will just persist with what you feel is right or what's worked for you for so long. If you prefer an element of the
140.
board, either Tops or 16s tends to be the 2 splits, you'll tend to find the players' breakdowns from even early parts of the leg like this, they're already considering the route.
85.
For example, the 261 here of Reece Robinson, if you're a 16s man, you'd use the 17s.
46.
As Reece tried to demonstrate finally there for us.
We'll give him a solid 7 for effort, but
60.
maybe the application was slightly off. This will be a game that Lee Cox will be thinking, how has this one
96.
got away from me? Because at 1-1, he was in complete control of leg 3.
Maybe he didn't see the interview where everyone calls him Clutch Robbo. You don't give Clutch Robbo a chance at a finish.
95.
He
Reece,
clutches
you
it.
require 119.
Mr. Must See is coming back for 119. It's going to be another dart at the ball. And that
Game
is
shot.
absolutely
On the mark, Reece
outstanding
Robinson.
from Reece Robinson. Get that one clipped up and on the highlight reel. Ball, 19 ball for Reece Robinson as he seals the points in a 4-1 win. He enjoyed that one as the pair share a conversation walking off the stage. But that is sensational as Reece Robinson makes it 2 wins from 2 here in Group A, and he leads the way. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Tom Lonsdale against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that was a little bit special, wasn't it, from Reece Robinson before the break? Bull 19 Bull to get the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1. And he's pretty much sad that first bullseye was a good mark as well. Right, next up for us, that man Steve Brown is going to get his first victory of the day. He lost out to Lee Cox in his opening match by 4 legs to 2. He takes on Tom Lonsdale, who had a dart to win in his debut game against Jarno Bottenberg, but lost out by 4 legs to 3. Let's see what happens in this one in the company of Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. Here we are, Series 5, Week 11. And Group A
First
is
leg, it's
powering
Tom to
along
throw first.
nicely.
Game on.
I think we've just got our breath back from that show-stopping moment from Reece Robinson. Ball 19.
100.
Ball to win a game. Absolutely sensational. But
45.
looking forward to this game, that I look at it and just judging on what we saw from their opening games,
125.
I think Tom's favourite here.
Oh, I agree. Based on those first games, Steve Brown, for me, the concern was the amount of darts that was sort of wayward.
100.
But he's had plenty of time. He's been able to sit around now for 3 matches, get some time in on the practice board. He's been off stage for
45.
about an hour. A lot can change in an hour. We've seen people decline in an hour. We've seen people turn it completely around. We know what Steve Brown's capable of. A man that's played on the biggest stages in the world.
And one thing I've noticed early on in this game,
120.
he seems to have slowed down the action a little bit, Matt, where he's almost taking his time and more deliberate to make sure these darts go
139.
as they should. Seems a lot more deliberate if we have a look here.
$44. Tom, you require 92.
Tom Lonsdale going to get 2 darts at double 16 for an early holder throw.
76.
Doesn't go, but we'll be back. Steve Brown not on a finish, but it just seems a little bit more deliberate to me.
A little bit more focused as well.
55. Tom, you require 16.
This was the combination where Thomas
8.
Lonsdale was not able to convert match
Steve, you
darts
require
in the last game.
137.
Ended up losing that one 4-3 to Jarno Bottenberg, who is coming up in our next match. Really interesting to see Jarno again,
95.
because I was mightily impressed with him
Tom,
in
you
that opener.
require 8.
And this is all getting a little bit
6.
desperate here for Tom Lonsdale. It was a leg
Steve, you require
he
42.
was in complete control of. But is he about to be burgled?
Game
And
shot
he
on the
is.
first leg. Steve Brown.
Daylight robbery from Steve Brown on that stage. Tom Lonsdale missing a whole host of opportunities.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
8 darts
Game on.
in the opening leg. And a double have gone missing from the young man. And the experience of Steve Brown steps in.
44. $60.
They will probably have come across each other quite regular as well, from the same sort of part of the world. Steve Brown, Bristol.
47.
Tom from Bridgewater, not too far apart, and I'm sure that Tom's followed the career of Steve
100.
Brown very intently, being someone quite local to him. You tend to find that a lot of players, when you speak to them about players they may look up to, or players
59.
they've sort of idolised or tracked throughout their careers, that it tends to be more localised.
100.
Yeah, only around 35 miles apart. So I'm sure they would have come across each other.
No, that's not bad. My geography is terrible. Like, I thought Florida and New York wasn't too far apart based on looking
45.
on a map. So I'm quite happy with that 35 miles.
Done well there.
Yeah. That's doable.
180.
Tom Lonsdale powers in a maximum to give himself more opportunities at the double. You feel at the moment time is something he might need at the back end of
30.
legs. He's got plenty
Tom,
of
you
it.
require 61.
He's going to get the double four that caused him all
Game
the
shot on the
issues in
second
leg
leg.
one.
Tom Lonsdale.
Not this time around. And I'm sure that will make him feel an awful lot better. Just settle himself down
Third
in this
leg, it's Tom
contest.
to throw first. Game on.
15 dart break back.
97. $140.
I mentioned earlier that I like that first dart.
180.
He's going to like all three of them, not just the first one. Second 180 of the match for Tom Lonsdale. And just like that first game, bit of a ropey first leg, and then he warms into it as the match
100.
goes on.
Yeah, the more and more I'm watching Tom here, the more and more I like what I'm seeing.
44.
I said earlier, the ADC have unearthed some gems for the first time that I'm sure everyone in their local area will know how good they are, but we're seeing them on TV now as well. And in the early stages of this one, I
43.
think Tom's about to join that list.
$60.
It is one of the things that has really sort of lit the Super Series alive and give us so many different stories and players. I mean, it was nearly a year ago that Adam Warner slid
140.
across that stage,
Tom, you require 120.
claiming that he tripled his net worth, went on to get a PDC tour card just a few weeks later.
80. Steve, you require 78.
Oh, he wanted the 25 to give him a dart at the ball. He's got it the wrong way
62.
round. He's hit the bullseye.
Tom, you require 40.
Lonsdale, more darts at doubles.
35.
Well, as Muse famously once said, time is
Steve,
running
you
out.
require 16.
Steve Brown's done well here because Tom Lonsdale has thrown everything at him here, but the bomber is still standing.
12.
That's because
you require
Tom at the
5.
moment is throwing everything at him with the left hand. He's throwing the jabs. He's not throwing the big haymaker
Getting shot on
blow. There's
third
the
leg.
first
Tom
one.
Lonsdale.
And there's the first one that lands.
And I'll tell you what I like there as well.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
We got a big celebration
on.
from him there, just to let Steve Brown know this is exactly how I'm feeling. All these people that apologise when they
85.
win legs. No, give it some. Give it large.
Gerwin Price could hit double one after 36 darts
60.
and still celebrate like he's won the World Championship. Because the only thing that matters is winning the leg, not how you do it.
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that you did something similar
44.
at Alexandra Palace once.
Yeah, practically stage dived into the crowd after winning a leg.
98.
But if Tom is going to make his way up the table, you do feel it's the checkouts that needs to improve. 2 from 15 in this game. He had match darts
30.
in his last. 3 match darts to win 4-2. So he's carving out the opportunities, which is a positive sign
100.
on day one, on debut. You're getting down. You're getting those chances. Now when we look ahead to the rest of the day, onto Tuesday, onto Wednesday,
58.
it's the back end of the legs where he could see the improvement come. He's been playing for around about 10 years, so
85.
he will know all of this. He's gone the very old school route, hasn't he? The pub darts, the county darts, the Super League. But has recently stepped away from that, wants to start working towards
60.
playing more on the
Tom, you require
ADC,
158.
trying to become a regular here at the Super Series. The bullseye fever is catching on.
101.
That's thrown me back a little bit there. I have to say that when you had the perfect first start in the treble 20, I get double 19s, not everyone's favourite, but it just looked an inviting guide to follow
85. Tom, you require 57.
But tops for 3-1. And
Shot
there
on
it
the
is.
fourth flag, Tom Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale is growing into this game and growing in to his persona here at the Super Series, that he's causing
Fifth
Steve
leg,
Brown
it's
all
Tom to
kinds
throw
of issues
first.
here.
Game on.
And let's be fair, they could be off stage now.
I fear here for Steve Brown at the moment.
140.
He is not the Steve Brown we know. Dart's very wayward. If Steve Brown was a ship, he'd be sending out the lifeboats.
44. $60. $140.
I was about to say, go on, Steve. After that comment, go smacking a 180.
57.
Always used to hate playing Steve Brown. He was one of those players that even when he didn't play well or feel well, I remember playing him
100.
in Holland once, and we had a good game. And afterwards, I said about how I hate playing him because he's always got an aura of confidence about him. And he mentioned after that, he says
40.
he didn't feel confident at any single point of the game. He felt like he was going to lose it. But what I read in that situation was just pure confidence with the body language and the way he
139.
moves around on the stage.
Yeah, we see that at the elite level as well, don't we? That even when he was going through his tough times, MVG kept telling everyone,
96.
I'm the best player in the
Steve,
world,
you
I'm the
require
best, I'm the best.
78.
Results didn't back that up at the time, but he was, that aura, he was continuing to give off.
68.
As long as you believe it,
Tom, you require
true.
108.
you only got to convince yourself. Shot still on. Shot still on. He tried to leave the ball in the last. And another match
67.
start there for Tom
Steve,
Lonsdale.
you
That is
require
4 match
10.
starts, not in this game, in the day so far, in order to get his first points. Can he survive a double 2?
No score.
A wayward dart again for Steve Brown.
Tom,
so
you
2 more
require
match starts.
41.
Should be coming away for Tom.
Double 16 for his first points at the Super Series.
9.
And they've gone astray
Steve, you
again.
require 10.
It's going the wrong way. Steve Brown does not look settled on this stage whatsoever. Can he recompose
Game
himself?
shot
The
on the
answer
fifth
is
flag,
yes.
Steve Brown.
And you can see what it means. A huge celebration there from Steve Brown, trying to get himself going. And I like that. It was only a double 5, but it was important to him in that
Sixth
moment.
flag, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I remember having a
60.
good chat with Steve Brown, actually, probably a year or so ago. And we talked about advice.
60.
And he was saying how he's so good at giving advice but not taking it, as we all are. I sit here and give advice constantly and say what should happen, and I'm going to do the complete opposite. But one of the things that Steve Brown very much believes in as well, like
28.
we're saying there, that Gerwin Price school of thinking, it doesn't matter how many darts it takes as long as you do it.
100.
So my 45 dart leg on a Friday night's okay.
Yeah, as long as the other guy didn't go out in 45 or less, you're absolutely fine. Doesn't matter if you beat him in 9 or 45, just get him beat.
135.
But look how it sort of changed all of a sudden. There'll be a little bit of
59.
panic kicking in for Tom because he's not crossed that line yet here at the Super Series, but he's had 6 attempts to do so.
He's carving the opportunities,
85.
but Steve Brown is fighting back here. Is he going to send us all the way?
54. $85.
So, Tom Lonsdale, how's your setup? Not great is the answer to that
44.
one.
Steve, you require 108.
Time on the side of the bomber to take us to a decider. Double 16 for a bit of an awakener.
76.
If you're Tom Lonsdale here, you want to apply pressure because
60.
the form Steve's been in,
Steve,
you
you
may just get
require
an
32.
opportunity. This is no gimme. That's awkward. How much can he see? That flight is dangerously in the way.
16.
Exactly like that. We had
Tom,
the
you
perfect
require
angle. It clipped off and went the
124.
other way.
Another match opportunity comes and goes for
93.
Tom. And you mentioned
Steve,
about
you
Tom applying
require
pressure.
16.
I don't think anything Tom can do can apply pressure to Steve, because I think Steve's applying pressure to Steve. Steve's not playing Tom. Steve is playing Steve.
12. Tom, you require 31.
It's going to be 2 darts at double 8.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
time,
match.
Tom
Tom
Lonsdale
Lonsdale.
secures his first points at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-2 win. On the balance of play, he thoroughly deserved that one. Missed opportunities earlier on in the contest. And there we have the numbers, 4 from 22. He gave himself plenty of opportunities, but eventually he bags the points. But coming up after the break, we're going to see David Schlitzing against Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Tom Lonsdale got his first win at the Live Lounge, getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. So that's back-to-back 4-2 defeats now for the Bomber. Right, next up for us is our 2 ADC European representatives this week. David Schlichting in action against Jarno Bottenberg, and that's on the back of a big weekend of qualification on the ADC European circuit for this Super Series in Series 6. Let's see what our representatives this week are going to do in the company of Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back to all our viewers
First
on
leg, it's
Sporty
David
Stuff
to throw
TV
first.
and the MODUS Super
Game
Series
on.
YouTube channel. I've been looking forward to this game after what we saw in their opener. A lot to like about both.
123.
Did really enjoy and was impressed with the performance here of Jarno
100.
Bottenberg in that opening game. Literally the second the game finished, I turned to yourself, Phil, and I said, potential winner.
Absolutely.
100.
But David's had a bit of time to get backstage and
180.
trying to find a little bit of form and consistency. He's on debut, as both players are. But you got to say, with
44.
what's on the horizon, Jarno probably has arguably the more exciting
97.
future couple of months ahead of him. We are now in October, which means he is probably just about 5 to 6 weeks away from his Lakeside debut, which on the basis of what we're seeing so far, could be a threat.
Could be an absolute
39. Jarno, you require 124. $100.
I like that as well, that he has one of those mathematical brains where he can zoom around the board but knows exactly what he has at all times.
A referee's nightmare, we like to call those.
65. Jarno, you require 24. No score.
Could you imagine
David, you
a
require
triples game with him,
130.
Jelle Klaassen and Moreno Blom?
Or Alexander Merckx. Lovely first start. Gives him a dart at the bullseye.
86. Jarno, you require 24.
More opportunities now for Jarno to break the throw at this earliest opportunity.
Game shot on the first leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think we've got a player here.
I'm fully in agreement.
Second leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
And the thing you get with Lakeside is you tend to get qualifiers or players that get into it that
58.
you don't often fully know, because it is a worldwide tour, which means players will qualify from different parts of the world based on being strong in their areas.
58.
And I think what we've got here is an opportunity to cast an eye over someone like Jarno, and if you are in that Lakeside
59.
lineup, maybe they're just keeping an eye on Jarno here, just to see what he's capable of. Certainly if you're one of those favourites, you're going to want to know what's in the field. You don't want no hidden gems.
57.
And this could be a guy that could tick that box.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few watching
98.
this morning thinking, actually, he's one I want to avoid.
And players do think like that. Don't think they don't. Don't believe what players say in an interview all
60.
the time. I mean, you're very good at digging that sort of information out of them, aren't you, Phil? But don't believe always what they say, because
140.
they'll always say, it don't matter who I get, but I can tell you as a player, sat watching that World Championship draw, there's a list of people you do not want to get. There's a list of people
43.
you do want to get.
Jarno, you require
and then there's those in
146.
between where you go, fair enough.
That's why at the World Grand Prix, I love Joe Cullen's honesty. When
86.
Chris Dobie beat Michael Van Gerwen, Joe was like, I'm delighted. He went, it's no secret, I'd rather play Chris Dobie than Michael Van Gerwen. Michael Van Gerwen is the better player. And he was like, Chris would admit
57.
that. I'm his friend, but I'd rather play
Jarno,
him.
you require 60. Game shot on the second
It's
leg.
impressive.
Jarno Bottenberg.
From Jarno here. Just looks so solid.
Instantly, after seeing him in that first
Third
performance,
leg,
you
it's
ask the
David to
question
throw
to yourself.
first. Game
Okay,
on.
it was good, it was impressive, I liked what I saw, can he do it again? Game number 2, I'm watching him thinking, it looks like he's going to do it again.
140.
So then my mind instantly goes to, when does he play Reece Robinson? That would be Jarno's next
105.
match in a couple of games' time. I think that could be game of the day.
I think it could be quick as well, even if it goes all 7 legs.
125.
Did have an opportunity this morning to speak with the sponsors of David Schlichting,
108.
who informed me actually he doesn't like wearing traditional dart shirts. That's why he's got this sort of
56.
going out / I'm a teacher type top on.
I like the vibe. I really do.
140.
You would trust him to look after your library, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Like I said to you earlier, it's got some young Nico
85.
vibes. Remember
Jarno, you require
our friend and
76.
colleague Paul used to rock up in his shirt and tie,
Game shot on the third leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
and the average now is over 95 from Jarno. This is very good. He's setting down a marker here, telling everyone
Fourth
else in that
leg is
practice
Jarno to
room,
throw first.
you may be
Game
the
on.
names, you may have the reputation, but I'm coming to destroy them.
I think there might be some more Nico
100.
vibes coming from him soon, because he might be sat down. Remember the time at the Grand Prix, Nico sat down on the stage?
The old CM Punk vibes, huge fan.
I wonder where Jarno's going. He's going to be having him off that stage very quickly.
29.
Well, my favourite Nico moment was still when he waved Phil off the stage.
At the iconic Reebok Stadium. We keep going back to that UK Open venue.
45.
Yeah, and although I wouldn't want to go back to those horrible COVID lockdown periods, the behind closed doors UK Open
134.
at MK, which was the home of World Darts for a good 6 months or so, it was nice to have everything in one room.
125.
I'm going to say something you might not agree with, but I'm purely talking from a player's perspective. The worst UK Open that's ever happened.
96.
Because of everything, yeah, look, no one, the lockdowns were horrible, and darts without fans is absolutely nothing, but the vibe of all in one room I
89.
liked.
The sound that was coming through it, the light, the atmosphere in there between, like, just everything about it.
96.
It just
Jarno,
it
you
wasn't the
require
UK Open. It was
142.
possibly, player's perspective, the worst one.
Yeah, and I can fully understand why, because I'm guessing you could hear everything and
70.
every click of every
David, you
dart that
require
hit the board.
146.
They did pipe in a bit of crowd noise, but I think Steve West described it as it sounded like
44.
a 1960s radio.
Jarno, you require 72.
Is that the one where they managed to still find one with the booing when Gezi was playing?
Game shot on the match.
That is
Jarno
absolutely
Bottenberg.
outstanding from Jarno Bottenberg. A 4-0 win, 92.49 average. He is absolutely motoring here on debut at the Super Series. There we have the numbers, 44% on the outer ring. He is a huge threat in this Group A. But coming up after the break, returning Lee Cox against Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our action on this Monday morning. And the best Monday morning TV duo, myself and Matthew Edgar, are up here on the balcony to assess it. To be fair, there's no other Monday morning duo judging by the other TV programmes. Anyway, let's have a look at the results from our matches so far today. And it's been really good starts as far as Reece Robinson and Jarno Bottenberg are concerned, both winning their opening 2 matches. And, well, we gave Reece Robinson the big build-up. Reece Robinson gives himself the big build-up, but he's kind of lived up to that billing.
Oh, that finish when he walked off the stage, that last one, that 119. When you say Mr. Must-See, that's what you've got to do. You've got to do something special. And when he started this route, I thought, surely not. He was giving me them Luke Littler vibes, and I'm glad Phil Bars picked up on the end of that one, because I think I was losing my head. That was possibly one of the greatest finishes I've seen here, and it's on a Monday morning. How does it get better than that? He's got to try and top that now.
The best bit about it is it's actually just gone above the single 19 there. So if it's hit the treble, he's going to pull treble 19 double 1.
That's why he's Mr. Must-See.
That is why he's Mr. Must-See. Right, he won that game. He's won both of his games. He won his first one 4-0, and this is a really good performance against David Schlichting on debut. And he's come out the traps flying. He's having that aura that we're talking about.
He's playing well, isn't he? And I often think, and I say it every time I'm here, that you go into a practice room. You certainly do when you're here at the Super Series. And you go in there and you think, right, if I'm going to top the table, who do I need to beat? And if you can't pick out that man, it's you. You're the man to beat. And I think Reece Robinson would have probably gone in there with that sort of attitude on the back of being a player that's won a week here before, but also on the back of what he's done, the experiences he's gained on a worldwide tour, like the PDC. He's in a room there of people other than Steve Brown who have not held that accolade before of being a PDC tour card holder. And the reason I dismiss Steve Brown as being one of those players is because this feels like a completely different Steve Brown. This isn't Steve Brown, the dart player. This is Steve Brown, the chairman of the ADC and the JDC, who occasionally picks up a set of darts nowadays.
Mind you, those players who pick up darts occasionally don't do too bad, do they, Matt? Right, elsewhere, Tom Lonsdale making his debut in this competition. Now, he got this 1-4-1 against Jarno Bottenberg, had darts to beat Jarno in that opening game. But what we have seen so far, some real good stuff.
Yeah, he's playing consistently, and he's looking like he's going to be one of those players that sort of sit probably mid-part of the table on what we're seeing so far. He's taking a bit of time to kill off matches at the end. Like you said, 3 match darts in that one. It took him 5 match darts to get over the line in the game he actually did win. But I think there's signs in there. And I did say when we came up here at the start of the day, with the 3 debutants, there are signs. And it's how they react with coming here to the Super Series and to stay away from them sort of players. Jarno Bottenberg has been the exact reason as to why we said avoid them early on. He's been mightily impressive.
Let's talk about Jarno then, because he's won both of his opening matches, and he said to you that he doesn't feel he's playing as well as he did when he qualified for Lakeside in Assam, but what we've seen so far is some amazing stuff.
And he's sort of building into that. He did say that he sort of felt that the Lakeside move-in sort of knocked him out of his stride a little bit, but he's starting to build up towards that. It was interesting because I asked him a series of questions this morning. One of them I said, what's your biggest win? And he's like, nah. I'm like, have you got any scalps? He's like, And it really had to dig out of him who he thinks he's beaten of any sort of note. And then when we look into his results, we're finding big scalps, big players. We're like, why didn't you mention him or him or him? And we went to about 5 players where we said that should have been the answer. And the fact that he's not got that answer, I think he thinks the best's in front of him rather than behind, which is good signs for the confidence he's got going forward. And he's going to be a threat at Lakeside. He's a threat here.
It's nice to see a WDF Tour event winner go under the radar and not brag about their achievements, really, isn't it?
I don't know who you're on about.
No idea. No idea. Iceland?
Slovenia?
Right, let's move on. Let's have a look at the table then for a couple of rounds of fixers, because Reece Robinson and Jarno Bottenberg are both at the top of the table. Tom Lonsdale and Lee Cox both with a win to their name. But as far as David Schlichting is concerned, he hasn't won a game, but he's walked into the 2 big ones so far.
Yeah, he's got to look ahead and think, again, the best is probably in front of him. He's played enough and shown enough. He's getting chances. He's just not taking them. But the longer that goes without getting legs on the board, the harder it's going to be. And he could find himself detached very early. And when you do that, it just all feels like effort going forward. And then you start thinking, I can't wait for this group to be over. And you start dismissing your week. It's a dangerous mindset to get in.
Well, we'll see how he gets on in a couple of matches' time. Next up for us, it's Lee Cox in action against Tom Lonsdale. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action with Phil Bars. Hello again, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back to everyone. Looking forward to a thrilling climax to the rest of the day. We've seen enough from the 6 players now. We know what we're going to get. When we see players on debut, sometimes
First leg, it's Lee
what
to
are we
throw
expecting,
first.
where now
Game on.
we know. And Lee Cox will be looking to get back to winning
140.
ways here, where Tom Lonsdale will be on a high after his first points in the Super Series.
140. 59.
And Matt has raced back down the stairs
125.
to join us, getting your steps in today, Matt.
I think me and racing, something I've not been compared to for some time. I think the last time I was compared
100.
with racing was when I played Micro Machines on the Sega Mega Drive.
What a game.
96.
The Mega Drive is one of the most unbelievable games consoles I ever had.
Without a doubt. I still play it now.
92.
On a regular basis.
Tom, you require 140.
Can you still remember the cheat for Sonic the Hedgehog?
I don't, but I remember Liu Kang's fatality.
60.
Down towards
Lee, you
back
require 110.
Let's see if he hits this first, and I'll give you the Sonic cheat because I can still remember it. It's going to be a dart at tops for the opening leg for Lee Cox.
90.
Just under the
Tom,
wire.
you require 80.
Oh, hello. Bit of showman in him.
40. Lee, you require 20.
I like that approach. I've been struggling to hit one double, so I'm just going to go for 2. I like it.
Game shot on the first leg. Lee Cox.
Lee Cox opens us up. 17 dart leg there to hold his throat. Did have to survive a couple of
Second
darts
leg,
there from
it's Tom to throw
but
first.
I'm sure our viewers
Game
feel I
on.
sat with pen and paper with bated breath waiting for the Sonic cheat code.
Up, down, left, right, AC start.
And what'd you get for that?
59.
Select any level you want. Opens it all up and you can pick whichever level you want to go to. Starlight was my favourite.
Good music. I like the theme track of that.
100. 60.
Next game after this one, Reese Robinson, Jarno Bottenberg. I'm really looking forward to that one. I think that's the
98.
the main event of the morning session.
Yeah. I think we could-
43.
I'm expecting fireworks in that one.
We are getting closer and closer to Bonfire Night, also known as Phil
99.
Barr's Christmas Tree Eve.
You know how it works, Matt. You know how it works.
140.
This is better from Lee Cox.
He's creating an opportunity here on the Tom Lonsdale throw.
125.
The average is in excess of 95.
21. Lee, you require 79.
It's going to be 20 for tops. He's missed the big number.
39.
Wow. He says as he misses the big 20. We'll come back for tops though. He does like this top end of the board.
93.
So with 3 darts
Lee,
in
you
hand,
require
he'll be
40.
expecting to break the throw and double his lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's very
Lee
tidy
Cox.
on tops there. Clinical from Lee Cox. Tune them
Third
up.
leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. 100. $140.
We were talking about shirts earlier. I'm a fan of Lee's shirt, obviously. The
100.
blue, very much a Chelsea fan, as we know. But you made the point, and the same with Tom as well, that the shirt has to be
43.
collared in darts, no matter what level you play at. These type of shirts are very borderline for me. That's not a collar, is it?
77.
I'm not really the guy to speak to about fashion, I don't think, to be honest. I can speak about the design and the nickname. Absolutely love that. Big fan of the Crafty
140.
Coxie. Especially due to the fact that he was a representative and a county captain of London, the home county of
81.
Eric Bristow, which is the play on the Crafty Coxie from the Crafty Cockney. I think it's
124.
arguably one of the most creative
Lee require
nicknames in darts at the
143.
moment.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'd get rid of nicknames.
68. Tom, you require 54.
I agree.
44. Lee, you require 75.
It's been a good response from Lonsdale in this one. And it's going to be 16 and ball. Oh. It's going to go to the lesser spotted double 17 instead.
I think he just said to Tom there, "What do I want, pal?"
58.
Help us out, mate.
Tom, you require 10.
I'd told him the wrong double.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Lonsdale.
You want the ball, mate?
Pair sharing a laugh and a smile, but
Fourth leg. It's Tom to throw
that
first.
coldness again, is
Game
that
on.
blowing into your hands?
It is a bit chilly here, and this is a time of year where the temperature just seems
96.
to drop overnight. You know that bit where the rain has to stop somewhere, and you tend to find there's that point where if you look right, it's rainy, you look left, it's not.
41.
There's always that day as well where it goes from being warm to instantly, bosh, it's cold. I think that's today.
96.
It's not that it's a rainy day down here, it's just the temperature's suddenly dropped, and I can feel it just in my hands, just sat here. Like it's a chillier day.
140.
You know what that means?
Christmas season.
Correct. Season being the
81.
word.
Do you know how many days it is until Christmas, Phil?
100.
Around 81, 82.
70.
Oh, even better.
11.
Still trying to talk the powers that be here at the Super Series into letting us have a Christmas tree on stage.
60.
It's not working yet, though.
$57. Lee, you require 160. $60. Tom, you require 160.
This is a big passage of play here because the first two legs, Lee Cox was in control of
100.
this game.
Lee, you require
But-
100.
Tom Lonsdale has grown into this. Tops. He's gone for it.
60.
And now all of a sudden,
Tom, you require 60.
we're looking at a level game. Oh, he's thrown the flatty. I'm a fan.
Game shot on
No,
the fourth
great angle
leg.
there,
Tom
Matt, that-
Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale has the flatty in his bag. It's part of his repertoire.
Fifth leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
The evolving game of darts. Something I never thought I'd see people changing it up, but it makes you think about what other things we may
140.
see. I don't think we're too far away from someone Peter Wright
23.
throwing a scoring set of darts and a finishing set of darts.
You've read my mind there. I've been saying the same for a while as well, because in sports like pool, we have a break cue, a jump cue,
77.
golf, and you look at certain players that you hear them talk and they say, oh, I score really well with these, and I finish really well with these.
98.
I think we're going to see it. And I think Peter Wright's the guy that's going to do it.
He will be the first, won't he?
100.
This is good from Lee Cox, though. He was looking very comfortable. 2-0
58.
up against Tom Lonsdale. Tom Lonsdale's levelled it up, and then Lee Cox has put the foot back on the accelerator again.
$60.
It's interesting with the flatty, as it's now been called, because we've seen players change their grip
140.
to do it.
Lee, you require
I've
124.
also seen players change the flight to do it. They've had a separate dart in their case with a pair or a kite flight in,
56.
and they've gone to the board and thrown that one first.
$48. Lee, you require
The
68.
evolving sport. That's one thing I like to see, the evolution of the
36.
game, and we've seen the evolution
Tom,
of
you
players
require
here
134.
this week. We've got a couple of young lads in the lineup. Tom Lonsdale
43.
said this has been his goal to get here
Lee,
to
you
the Super
require
Series.
32.
We'll touch on that thought in a minute, Matt. But first of all, let's see if Lee Cox can close this leg out. Is that a good guide?
No score.
How's that not gone in?
Tom, you require 91.
Well, opportunity here for Tom. Opportunity still alive. 85 left. Will not be able to go out. So more opportunities now for Lee Cox
39.
to re-establish
Lee,
the
you
lead.
require 32.
And again, I think a little bit of
Game shot on the
experience
fifth leg.
showed
Lee
there
Cox.
as Lee Cox pins double 16 this time of asking. But again, for me, the ball was a more sensible approach on the 91. Because
Sixth
even if you
flag,
miss the
it's Tom to throw
target,
first.
you've still
Game
got
on.
an out no matter what you hit.
Yeah, and there's that argument, isn't there?
140.
Ever since Raymond van Barneveld turned around and said, as a professional player, you should back yourself to hit a treble with 2 darts. Absolutely, I agree. But that mentality
59.
has cottoned on too deep down the sport, where players who are not professional players have now adopted that approach. And I do think
27.
using the bullseye route is correct to certain players of certain levels or standards.
Yeah, 100%. That
77.
if you're Michael Van Gogh and Gowing Price, Michael Smith, of course you're going to back yourself all day long to hit a treble. But if you're
44.
at the level that you're not them, that you've got to back yourself to the opportunity to win the leg. But going back to what we were saying, this is what the Super Series has become.
100.
People are now, it's a goal to get here and play. Where, let's be fair, there were certain members of the darting world
96.
that ridiculed this when it first started. Where now, players want to play here. People are qualifying to get here. That's their goal.
133.
Well, it's becoming one of the most sizable regular
140.
payout tournaments
Lee, you require
on the whole calendar.
132.
It's the same prize winning a week as winning a challenge, winning 2 challenge tours. And if you win Champions Week, that is only bettered in darts by the World Championships.
48. Tom, you require 54.
And the Euro Tour. It's 30 for the
14.
Euro Tour now, isn't it?
Lee, you require 84.
But completely get it. It's more than a Pro Tour.
59. Tom, you require 40.
This has to go.
35.
He's dragged it low.
Lee, you require 25.
2 at double 8 for the match. Is that a good guide or is it too close?
9.
I think it was too close, Matt. That he didn't
Tom,
have
you
a
require
lot to work
5.
off of.
But the doubles have been the problem for Tom.
3.
So he would have fancied his chance of coming back, and he does.
Lee,
3
you
match
require
darts.
16.
A double 8 for Lee Cox for his second victory of the day.
Game shot.
And this
Under
time
match,
he hits.
Lee Cox.
Lee Cox seals a 4-2 win, gets back to winning ways in Group A. And throughout, he just scored better than Tom Lonsdale in that one, gave himself more opportunities. But coming up after the break, we have an absolute belter on the way. Strap yourselves in. It is going to be fireworks after this short break as Reece Robinson takes on Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Cox put the boot in on Tom Lonsdale, beating him by 4-2. Next up, it's Mr. Must-See, Reece Robinson in action. And we're going to see him in action against Jarno Bottenberg. Both of these players have won their opening 2 matches of the day. Who's going to make it a perfect hat-trick and take the early ascendancy at the top of the table? Right, let's find out. Matt Edgar and Phil Bars are down in commentary.
Here we go, Matt. It could be Guy Fawkes night early.
First leg, it's Reece to
We're
throw
expecting
first.
some clutch finishes
Game
here.
on.
See, I'm not sure the odds compilers have been watching today. Because at the start of the day, they offered 2 to 5 on Reece Robinson to win
60.
this game. And now they're offering 2 to 5 on Reece Robinson to win this game. Which means Jarno is available at odds of 7 to 4. Which I think
140.
is absolutely incredible value on the basis of what we've seen so far this morning.
Miles too big.
82.
Let's just take a look at what we've seen so far. Jarno won his first game with a 90.35. He then won with a 92.49. Doubles was 50% in his opening game, 4 from 8, and then 4 from 9 in his second game. So he's running at around about a 91.5 average with just shy of 50% on his doubles at 7-4. I think that's intriguing.
57.
Yeah, that's... I don't understand how they come up with those prices.
They do this
99.
morning. They'd have got it this morning. We've got a debutant here we don't know anything about, but Jarno is showing us that he is a very capable player.
82. Reese, you require
More than capable.
160.
But he is taking on a player
100.
here who's always had an
Jarno, you
aura of
require
greatness about him.
142.
142.
62.
It's not going to be hit.
Reese,
So
you
Reece
require
Robinson
60.
looking at 60 for the opening leg. Is that a semi-flatty? Yep. See from that angle, they're all at it.
50.
Catching on, Matt.
It is,
Jarno,
it
you
really
require
is.
80.
Daryl Gurney changing the sport.
Super Chin, the game changer.
Game shot
What
on
a
the first
guide
leg. Jarno
That second
Bottenberg.
dart was. He just used it perfectly to pin tops and has broken the Reece Robinson throw in leg one.
Second leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
He's getting attention. He's causing interest.
140.
He will be going to Q School, he says, this year for the first time in January. He's going to be a danger there, but he might be going as
100.
the WDF World Champion.
180.
Question on that.
134.
Just a bit of a lighting issue on stage.
Anyway, back to what I was saying, that
134.
is it good or bad if a world champion cannot defend their world crown
96.
for the organisation?
Jarno, you require
And
47.
I said the same when Phil retired, because it's probably the only
Game
chance.
shot on the second leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
Superb from Jarno, 2-0. When Phil was retiring and made the Alexandra Palace final, that if he'd have won,
Third
he
leg,
walks
it's
off
Reese
into
to
the
throw
sunset,
first.
and for a
Game
year,
on.
as an organisation, you haven't got a world champion to parade and be the flag bearer of your organisation.
Can I give you two answers?
You're
97.
going to anyway, aren't you?
Yes. For the PDC, it's a problem. For the WDF, it's not.
100.
Because the WDF is now seen as a developmental organisation, where the PDC is seen as the organisation. They need a world champion.
59.
The WDF don't.
$100.
You know how the conveyor belt system works. There'll just be another one the following year and another one the following year.
I get that bit.
And then,
140.
if they have a world champion who then goes to Q School and doesn't go through, it then devalues that world champion, the fact they couldn't qualify for that tour, but
96.
they're meant to be the flagship of yours.
It's a tricky one. I know
177.
that's as good as a max from Reece Robinson. That setup, absolutely superb to leave 28. But Jarno's not going anywhere.
145.
Tapped him on the shoulder
Reece,
and
you
says,
require 28.
"Hey pal, you've got to get this." Now it gets tricky. Has to go.
14.
The clutch finishing has disappeared from Mr. Mussey.
Jarno, you require 60.
Well, Jarno's not missed a dart or double yet in this game, 2 from 2. And he should be getting 2 darts to go 3-0 up, to be a leg away from winning the match, and for a double break of throw.
It's wild.
46.
I don't think he was expecting the tops. I think
Reece, you require
after hitting
14.
the tops, he needed to reset himself and compose.
There was no composure
Game
in
shot on the
any of
third
those darts.
leg, Reece
Composure there from
Robinson.
Reece Robinson. I think Jarno just got a little bit excited there. The first sign of
4th leg, it's
any
Jarno to
sort
throw
of
first.
issue of note
Game
for him,
on.
but he's averaging over 100 and had darts to be 3-0 up here against Reece Robinson.
93.
I said after our first game with Jarno, I felt we got a player on our hands. And I'm seeing nothing
83.
to convince me of anything other.
No, what I'm seeing here,
58.
I think he could be a danger come Saturday night. And of course, Saturday night is where it happens here at
27.
the Super Series. We've seen some fabulous crowds in recently, a unique darting experience. And if you want to join us,
96.
just click, go to dartshop.tv or scan that QR code for all the whiz kids with smartphones and know what they're doing. That will take you
100.
directly there and you can book your tickets. Tickets are complimentary, just a small booking fee to be here.
43.
And it is a very unique, intimate experience, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, I've played on there on a Saturday night. It's different. You hear voices, you hear the support. Trust me, the players want your support. If you've got someone here this
58.
week, make sure you get your tickets booked and come down and cheer on your favourites.
95.
Matt will be walking around with his fully signed selfie cards like Neil Warnock to hand out to everyone, yeah?
5 for each. 5 for each or
87.
2 for 12.
Check. 85. Jarno, you require 116. $63.
Well, Jarno's
Reece, you
putting
require
himself into a position
148.
here. Can Clutch Robbo clutch himself out? There's more darts here for Jarno.
138.
An opportunity to put
Jarno, you
himself
require 53.
a leg away from the match.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jarno
like that.
Bottenberg.
We've gone for the double fist pump. One wasn't enough there as he's 3-1 up on Reece Robinson. And all of a sudden,
5th
that
leg.
7
It's
to
Reece
4
to
is
throw
looking
first.
a very, very silly
Game on.
price.
I thought it was a silly price at 0-0, to be honest, on the basis of what we've seen so far. But Reece Robinson is in a position here. He only has to find the one break of throw.
140.
So Jarno could see this as a bit of a free hit at winning the
81.
match. If not, I feel he has to do it in the next. I think this is 4-2 Jarno, or potentially he loses the game. They're the
31.
options, but Reece Robinson not playing like he did this morning. A few more wayward darts creeping into the game.
100.
And again, Jarno finding with that last dart. 2 darts right on the wire as a player. It's frustrating. He stepped back. He recomposed. He reanalyzed. Delivered.
58.
Reece is in trouble. He is backed into the corner. He's going to have to start windmilling soon.
60.
Becoming very aware as well, Reese, back at the stage, meerkatting over the shoulder of Jarno, trying to see past to see what's going on, and there's the frustration for Reese. Remember, in lockdown,
45.
we had a behind the scenes of Steve Brown playing darts. He kept punching a mannequin. I think if there's a mannequin on there, Reese Robinson would have threw it off the stage.
60.
But he kind of gets away with it there because Jarno's not punished as much as he'd have wanted. And another treble here from Reese.
100.
Bare minimum a ton there.
Be a big treble, this one. Oh, he switched.
65.
He's come away.
Reese, you require 127.
Not sure that was the right play, but time will tell. But is it 1-2-7 in game?
Game
Yes,
shot
it
on the
is.
fifth leg. Reese
The
Robinson.
Hinks is hit. And Reese Robinson keeps his hopes alive. I'm
Sixth leg.
devastated
It's
Jack
Jarno
didn't
to
give
throw
it the
first.
127 in game.
But you know that was a big moment for him being able to call in a 1-2-7 in game.
60.
Possible signs here that Jarno just feeling the pinch a little bit here. The closer he's getting to the finishing line, the more those trebles are just
100.
slightly drying up a little bit.
Just feeling it a little bit
41.
now.
This will just cause a little bit of frustration because he can see the finishing line. He's just got to get over
100.
it. And Reese Robinson is just keeping him under pressure. Keeping him thinking.
96.
Big last dart. That is his first treble of the leg. Took him 9 darts to find it. What timing, though, there from Reese Robinson. The perfect time to his first maximum
60
of this match.
Reese,
and now he's put
require
himself in the driver's
121.
seat here to not only win this leg, but go on and win the match.
Yeah, and you'd never have guessed that a couple of minutes ago he was berating himself at the back of the stage. Wasn't happy.
89.
Now he's in the driving seat and will have the darts in the decider.
100. Reese, you require 32.
A 13 dart leg.
Game shot on the
14
sixth
will
leg.
do.
Reese Robinson.
Polished performance there from Reese Robinson. And he's completely turned around the sort of averages in this game. He's gone over the 90. He's very nearly on the 91.
Seventh and
Yeah,
final
at
leg.
3-1
It's Reese to
down,
throw first.
You didn't see this coming
Game
because
on.
he was giving himself everything. I've just spotted something there on the table. Reese has got another set of darts on top of his case
100.
there. Has he switched at all in this game, have we noticed? Or is it just the same set and just rotating them round?
I think it's the same
81.
set, but it's one will just feel fresher.
I know that you guys have a spare in your case, but the
56.
fact that they're on top says to me that he may have switched them.
They did, because they was on the table earlier on in the match.
140.
Well, we said, and we've put a lot of credit on the name of Reese Robinson. Clutch Robbo turning it around, but that was a big 140 from Jarno in a situation
100.
where every single treble is going to be heightened in importance just due to the fact of the scoreline.
140.
Back-to-back 140s from Jarno. This is the character and the fight.
I like the snarl as well. There'll be a reaction here if it hits.
180. Jarno, you require
Can you get
140.
a hat-trick of 140s? He can't. So that big 180 of Reese Robinson
100.
leaves him 65
Reese, you
to
require
turn this one around from
65.
3-1 down.
Too accurate. Mr. Must See is going to get one match dart.
Game
And that's
shot
all he
and the
needs.
match. Reese
And that's the
Robinson.
clutch finishing that we expect from Reese Robinson. He has turned this one around from 3-1 down. He has put on the afterburners, and we can see what it means to him. Huge result for Reese Robinson early on in Group A. The average 92.11, super stuff. But Jarno Bottenberg played his part in a fabulous game of darts. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve Brown against David Schlichting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen an amazing comeback victory for Reese Robinson before the break. He was 3-1 down to Jarno Bottenberg before a 1-2-7 game sparked his game into life, for then reeling off the next couple of legs after that to seal a 7-leg thriller. Right, next up for us, the final game in the third round of fixtures. It sees Steve Brown in action up against David Schlichting. Both players are going to get their first win on the board. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. We've just about got our breath back from that thrilling contest, Matt, and we gave it the big
First
one
leg, it's Steve to
beforehand,
throw
and it lived up
first.
to
Game
expectations.
on.
Yeah, it delivered. I think that's going to be an interesting battle over the next couple of days and maybe the week. We'll see how that one unfolds. But this one is a
93.
battle down towards the bottom end of the table as things have started. Steve Brown been a little bit erratic, a little bit inconsistent today. But one of the things that's been really interesting about Steve Brown is when I went up to chat with Henry on the balcony, everyone was sat at the table except Steve Brown. He was on the practice board just trying to
121.
find a little bit of something. And it looks like in the early indications of this that he may have found what he was looking for. Wasn't that
40.
a song?
The Honeys.
13.
Come up with some great belting late 90s, early 2000s tunes today so far.
96.
Well, we're getting into party season now, aren't we? That's when all the classics come back.
100.
But for David, the first task he's got to do, he's got to get a leg on the board. Do it in steps.
119.
I do like his throw. I like the mechanics of it though. As a youngster, I look at it and there's plenty to work with there.
89. David, you require 115.
He is a young player as well, isn't he? 20 years old.
Yeah. That's
Game shot on
very
the
good.
first leg, David Schlichting.
From the Turtle, pins 115 for his first leg here at the Super Series. And look,
Second leg, it's
that
David
meant a
to
lot
throw
to him. We can
first.
see there by the reaction.
Game on.
Getting that first leg on the board's vital because you almost get into a sense of
59.
embarrassment where the longer it goes without getting that leg and you lose 4-0, okay, you lose 4-0 again, it's
140.
I'm better than this and I'm not showing what I'm capable of. And then to get that leg on the board, and it's always going to be a combination finish because you don't go to that board expecting.
140.
But it certainly sparked him into life here. We're now starting to see what he's capable of.
Yeah, and an interesting
55.
one as well. I've picked it up a couple of times that when those first two darts are in the treble 20, he almost just tries to fire the third dart off of them.
138.
Yeah, he's lost his flight a couple of times in doing that as well, just overpowering the shot.
Yeah, you just try and smash into him, don't you?
$53. David, you require
This is
164.
significantly better here from David.
$94.
Give himself a bit of a gap between himself and Steve Brown, who's
85.
not able to gobble up
David,
that
you require
distance. So
70.
6 darts here from David.
It's going to be 2 darts at double 8 for a 2-0 lead.
54.
Sound like it was 2 well thrown darts at double 8. But I like it that it was the professional miss. They were both on the outside. So you're coming back for the same
95.
target and a target
David, you require
that you like,
16.
so you're not chasing around the board.
$12.
Like that. That's the problem when you start
Steve, you
chasing.
require 73. Game shot on the second leg.
The Steve Brown experience coming to the forefront yet again. That it was a leg that David Schlichting dominated. Steve Brown just hung in there and made
Third
it
leg,
count
Steve
when
to
it
throw
mattered.
first. Game on.
He is a wily old character, Steve Brown, isn't he?
28.
He's been around a long time and he's got a head on his shoulders that's probably wiser than most. He's seen more than most. He's not just a player, he's a chairman of many organisations now within the sport.
140.
Yeah, and full credit as well that when, again, going to show my age here, because it wasn't always the JDC. It used to be the Steve Brown Academy when it first started.
86.
That he revolutionised the way kids play darts in terms of scoring sections on the board. It wasn't all about just going for numbers, that each bit had their own scoring
80.
section and you moved up a grade when you got to a certain level. So you were always playing against other kids in and around your level, and I just love what he's
60.
done.
Yeah. I think we are 80% there now in terms of that element of the development of the sport.
135.
I mean, C spoke about this. He knows what my 20% is that's missing. He just doesn't know how to implement it at the moment.
52.
But
David,
it is
you
the
require
next step, and yeah,
146.
I think that would then complete the development of the sport.
What is your 20% that's missing?
I had a feeling you wouldn't let me get away with that
57.
saving.
It's my job.
I'll tell you in the next leg. A cliffhanger for you.
Dun 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 dun.
61. David, you require 89.
Should be 57 for 32. Didn't need to go 20 in ball with Steve Brown
57.
not on a finish. So again, sensible from the turtle.
$72. David, you require 32.
So for a third consecutive break of throw here, double 16. Is that awkward? That says to me it is. That you can't see any of it. Good luck finding an angle here. Keep going. You might throw from Gosport and you might be able to see it.
No score. Steve, you require 142.
Yeah, very, very tricky shot there. He's going to have another go, though, at an open bed this time.
45. David, you require 32.
Second time of asking.
Game
This
shot on
time
the
he pins
third
it.
leg. David Schlichting.
Schlichting leads again. Oh, go and get a drink first.
Okay, so the development of the sport that needs to happen next for junior darts.
Fourth leg. It's David to throw first.
The
Game
equipment.
on.
A dart is built for an adult hand, not a child's hand. A board measurement
108.
is for an adult, not for a child. We would have grown up in an era
85.
where when we played football as juniors, we would have played on a full-size pitch. You remember the full-size goal with a little
140.
child in? Oh, you shot on target, it was in.
Absolutely.
And then the FA decided that that wasn't the way to do things, so they made goals and pitch sizes
50.
for under 9s, the different. As you get older, the pitch grows with you. We need that at this age as well, because as an 8-year-old going into an academy,
58.
you go to play darts on an adult-sized board. As you grow, your throw's going to change. You're not developing technique, and you're going to constantly be changing and evaluating with height. So the height of the throw and the length
90.
of the hockey should be reflected
David, you
to
require
the age of the player.
I
123.
actually really like the thought process, and I'm going to pick your brain some more on that in a second. However, it's a
108.
flyer. It's a great first two darts. Steve Brown's in a world of trouble here. David Schlichting is averaging over 93 at the moment. This is very impressive
85.
from the young
David, you
man,
require
considering
15.
he ran into two very good performances in his opening 2 games. Let's got one more at double 2.
13.
That's where board management has to be a little bit better. I understand you're being aggressive and going for it, but as you know, Matt, you can be aggressive and conservative at the same
121.
time. You make sure
David,
if
you
you're going to
require
miss, it's on the
2.
outside.
Well, on that logic, we'll go for the old 1 up, 1 in.
No score.
We've gone for neither. Bust
Steve,
it,
you
and that
require
goes back to your point
70.
of the danger of leaving that double 1. You would have been coming back to the board. Steve Brown wasn't on a finish at that point, but he is now. Double 10.
And if this goes, we'll get a reaction. I'm convinced of it.
60. David, you require 2.
This time, give yourself a guide.
Game
Like that,
shot on
it's
the
1 up,
fourth
1
leg.
in.
David Schlichting.
The turtle, I like that. I like that on the hockey. A little bit of attitude,
Fifth leg. It's Steve to throw
bit of
first.
stage presence.
Game on.
Yeah, I do like a bit of swag.
Bit of swagger jagger.
95.
Cher Lloyd?
Yes.
We're the only 2 people that get that reference.
58.
Her only number 1 hit. Anyway, so going back to your point, and I actually love listening to the logic and fully agree with it.
100.
How did you correlate throwing from 7'9¼ to getting it to points of ages?
58.
Well, as you can imagine, I've already done that research.
Well, that's what I was asking, because I knew it would already be there.
I've worked out the average size and when it
46.
changes so much at certain ages. So I worked it out to 3 different measurements for 3 different ages. I don't know them off the top of my head. I haven't got that research in front of me. But I worked out like
58.
up to 10 years old you'd want it at this distance and this length. And based on the average age of a child, and then what I did is work out the percentage difference between that
55.
child and an adult, and then took that off the height and the length.
I like it. So that's the board sorted. Going back to your point of equipment,
97.
are you saying that until X age you can only throw a certain weight dart?
Length.
Length, right, okay.
Length. Because if you watch a child throw
100.
darts, they'll hold it with a finger and a thumb, and they won't hold it with proper technique because it's too long, it's too big.
140. Steve, you require 105.
So skin
Game shot on
saver
the
for
5th
Steve
leg,
Brown.
Steve Brown.
And look, that says so much about Steve's character, that he knows he's not playing at his best, but he is fighting for everything up there. And this
6th
still
leg,
means
it's
something
David
to
to
him.
throw first. Game on.
One thing you'll never lose is that inner competitor. I came here a few months ago. I played 5 times in a year. And I walked into here and I looked around the room and I thought, oh, there's some players in form here.
180.
But the second you get on stage, you forget all about that. And the only thing that matters is winning, and that competitor comes out. And we're seeing that with Steve Brown.
42.
That it doesn't matter how he's playing or how he's feeling. The competitor and the fighter and that spirit is coming through.
60.
Yeah, the bomber is still giving it absolutely everything.
140. $97.
I've got to say, though, I've been impressed with David Schlichting here. After back-to-back defeats in his opening games, he's come back strong here.
55. David, you
Can we
require
show some more context on that?
164.
Back-to-back 4-0 defeats.
Yeah. Again, that shows to me he's got a lot of mental resolve as well,
136.
because 4-0's hurt.
$45. David, you require
After
28.
just 12 darts. It was double 14. Just opens up the bed, a little shuffle to the right.
Game
And
shot.
finds it
Undermatch.
in off the
David
barrels.
Schlichting.
David Schlichting shows us what he's capable of. He shows that fighting resolve and spirit. Back-to-back 4-0 defeats in his opening couple of games, but no problems there in picking up his first 2 points of the day. A 4-2 victory over Steve Brown, who sits bottom of the table. 3 defeats from his 3 games, but a much more improved victory there for David Schlichting. Coming up next, Tom Lonsdale takes on Mr. Must-See, Reese Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, David Schlichting got his first win on the board in an impressive style as well, getting the better of Steve Brown by 4-2. Elsewhere in that round of fixtures, Reece Robinson got the better of Jarno Bottenberg by 4-3, whilst Lee Cox beat Tom Lonsdale by 4-2. Right, this is how the table occupies itself after 3 rounds of matches. So Robinson putting himself out in front on 6 points. He can temporarily open up a 2-point lead in a second or so's time, whilst Bottenberg and Cox also on 4 points. So Reece Robinson in action now. He takes on Tom Lonsdale, looking to get his second victory of the day. And watching this one in the commentary box, it is Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Welcome back, everyone, to what is turning into a thrilling day of darting action here at the MODUS Super Series. Matt, for so many debutants, it can be daunting, and we don't know what we're going to get, but this is living up to what we'd hoped it would be.
I still don't know what we get from them in general. I think we've seen so many signs and interesting little moments from the players that if I was Reece Robinson, Lee Cox and Steve Brown, the 3 experienced players in this group, I would still be checking over my shoulder here. Because, yes, Jarno Bottenberg has been the standout performer of the debutants.
Just our apologies for anyone at home. We've got a slight sound issue, which the our tech guys are sorting as we speak. So just looking at this one, that Tom Lonsdale has played well, but probably doesn't have the points his performances warrant. And he'll be looking to get one over here on Reece Robinson. But that's going to be easier said than done when the table topper is rattling through at the moment and will have gained so much confidence from that win over Jarno Bottenberg last time out. And it was the manner of the performance as well, that he was behind and he found something when he needed to, Matt.
Yeah, he was playing against a very inspired Jarno Bottenberg at that point as well, and he really dug deep. But to continue the movements, unable to find there. He did go for tops. He does like to go for these routes, doesn't he, Reece Robinson?
Yeah, he's a showman, isn't he? He's in the same ilk as Scott Williams, a bit of a maverick up there.
He was always entertaining, wasn't he, Scott Williams, when he used to play in Southampton, but it's 1-1 for Reece Robinson. And he's making a bit of a mess of this one.
Yeah, he was in control of leg 1, and now all of a sudden...
Well, I literally stunned. We saw that big finish from Reece Robinson, the 119, the bull 19 bull. But to 13, but he had 2 darts in his hands, and that's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding, Matt, wasn't it? That we looked at it, and it was just an unbelievable finish there. And Reece Robinson was in control of that leg, and he just switched off. And it was almost too easy early on, and Tom snuck up behind and nicked the leg from him.
It all sort of went wrong from the 80, the attempt at tops, missing the board, got the treble 20, but then he sort of ended up chasing around the board. But I'm still baffled. 63, 13 bull on debut. That is confidence, especially when you mentioned in that game there that Tom's shown signs throughout the day of good darts. And when we look at what's been wrong for him, I worked out in that last game, he's thrown 45 darts at a double and only hit 9. That's where the problems lied for Tom.
A fine line between confidence and arrogance.
I love it.
I'm with you. I'm exactly the same. That it is a maverick
Can we
style
please
up there.
keep the
And it's almost like Scott Williams, that kind of style as well that I like, that is just to say, chest up in the air, this is my hockey and I'm going to do what I want on there.
Yeah, I love it. And I don't think we're going to see that again. Well, I say we're not going to see that again. We've seen people trying it all the way through. This is an entertaining group.
Oh, very entertaining. And look, we've got debuts here that we don't know what we're going to get from one, but all of them have given us something in their own individual way. That I love what Reese does, and we've seen that before. But Jarno Bottenberg has come in and has been absolutely sensational. David Schlitzing didn't win a leg in his first two, but bounced back with a great performance against Steve Brown. And there's a lot to work with that he's not played at the highest level before, but we can see that there is a talent there, and it's about nurturing that talent through and not stifling them. Because I've said before that I think the sport is lacking characters at the moment. I think those characters have been driven out of the game. We want to bring them back through.
Agreed. And I think some of that also comes down to how they are reacted to. And I think with that, I think with social media the way it is,
personality come through, because look, at the elite level, Gezi tried not to be Gezi for a while, and it just didn't work, and it wasn't him. And look,
remember that Katy Perry Raw walk-on song?
Yeah. It's not just that everyone knows that Gezi loves an Instagram post, but that's become part of his makeup, and people expect it now, right or wrong. But he's telling the fans how he feels, and I'm fully behind that. That I just think in any other sport we see boxers selling fights, selling promotions. We see it in WWE. It's all about selling the card and things like that. And I think dart players have to sell themselves and sell the event more. That I think it's all very boxed and pigeonholed into being safe sometimes.
We speak about boxing. You say there's a lot of comments at the moment, a lot of talk about the boxing that happened this past weekend. Standard-wise, was that the best boxing match you've ever seen?
No, absolutely not.
But it sold more than people who are far better boxers because of the interest that it generated. Who's the best maker of burgers in the world? It's not the one that sells the most.
No, and I think darts needs to do something similar, that the darts hardcore fans will always watch. I know they moan about everything, but they'll always watch darts products. But it's about opening up to a wider audience and getting into these other niches and some crosses from sports as well. And can we get into this market? Can we convert some of these fans? And that comes from being a bit out there sometimes and about changing the landscape and selling yourself as a player. And I know we've used him as a reference before, but Scott Williams was a breath of fresh air last year, doing things on TV. Yes, he got fined for him, but he was being himself.
And why do we talk about Scott Williams? Because he gives us things to talk about. He stands out. It was different. It was unique. And again, apologies just for the delay in play here. There is... Because when we look at this, Reese Robinson might actually appreciate the break because he was 1-0 down to Tom Lonsdale in play. And with Tom Lonsdale, this is debut. Does this break actually affect him a little bit? Because it's something a little bit unusual and would have maybe took him out of that zone that we saw him in. He was in a good place.
Yeah, quite possibly, but I'm sure he's ticking over on the practice board, just keeping that arm nice and loose that you have to do. And it's just about resetting that mind and channeling that thought process almost. Right, let's just start again. Going up there, it's 0-0, and let's go and win the game again. Albeit he's got a leg in his back pocket, which is obviously nice for him to have, but it's all about mindset and could work the other way though. Reese Robinson, you say it could be good for a reset, but also he could be stewing on all those missed starts.
Well, let's go back to some very famous incidences that's happened with this. What about James Wade, Adrian Lewis? That one completely turned the game.
Well, I still say to this day, if James Wade stays on stage, James Wade is a world champion.
If you are unfamiliar with what we're talking about here, by the way, guys, James Wade, Adrian Lewis, World Championship semi-final. 2-0, I believe, at the point. and we had the wind coming across the stage.
I think the wind was there from Adrian was ticking from set one. But it's an interesting point, and the game is available on YouTube. Go back and watch it. But I still say to this day that if James stays on stage, he wins that World Championship.
Yeah, it certainly did change that. And will we see that sort of change in this one? We will find out, because we're about to rejoin play in a couple of moments' time. Reece Robinson against Tom Lonsdale will be coming your way soon. The players are just having a couple of practice throws on stage just to get themselves back in the flow, get themselves ready, and then we'll be back with some more live action in the next couple of minutes.
But yeah, I'm interested to see how both players do react. That will the experience of Reece Robinson come through, or will that carefree attitude of Tom Lonsdale that's trying to get to the top of the sport and he'll just shrug it to one side and just be himself?
Well, he's going to find out a lot about himself in this situation, as we're going to find out a lot about him as well. It happens at every level. We see the lights go out at the World Championship stage. I believe that was Paul Nicholson.
It was. Literally the whole of Mazahir of London was completely knocked out that night.
So he's getting a crash course in darts here. He's getting 5 games in front of the cameras, plenty of time on the stage, and those questions are about to be answered. How does he react? We'll be rejoining the action. Tom Lonsdale, Reece Robinson. Tom Lonsdale, a leg to 0 up.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
20 darter was the winning leg for Tom Lonsdale. We are back underway.
140.
If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that benefited Reece more than Tom.
Yeah, I think so.
95. 57. 140.
An early indication suggests exactly that. A good start to this restart here from Reece Robinson. A couple of 140s and a 95. We've given plenty of time here at the 126 to level up this match. Paul Nicholson talks about one thing he'd like to see in darts is a big pause button where you could go press it and have a timeout at any moment in the game. I guess this is also showing us why that could be quite a big thing. 12 darts thrown near Reece Robinson already on the double.
It's just reset himself, isn't he?
Game shot on the second leg, Reece Robinson.
But it is Reece.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. 140.
Good from Tom there. It's the disappointment of the last leg. Was left back well on 261.
180.
And certainly right now,
44.
Mr. Must See is producing the goods. The average is now over 101.
He said there's always been an aura of greatness about him. He gets no greater than the 9-dart leg. And it is on. Could he join that list of 9-dart heroes here at the Super Series? Are we going to be talking about him once again? 141 points away
42.
From the perfect leg of darts.
Hold on. Yes. Treble 19. Oh, so close for Reece Robinson.
117.
That would have been magical.
81.
10-dart will be just as good here for Reece Robinson. The whole point of this leg was to break the throw. What a leg of darts from Reece Robinson.
Absolutely outstanding. He's
Fourth
living up to the reputation and the nickname he gave himself.
Game on.
Yeah, you often find that nicknames like that get assigned to
42.
somebody. He gave it to himself.
I can get behind that.
97.
Also, as well, some
55.
info that we spoke about in the last game with the Reece Robinson second set of darts. I went out and, of course, had to get
100.
the lowdown. We want to know what's going on. Exactly the same darts. The ones he switched to had a different pointing. He wasn't happy with the way the darts were just sitting, so just went to the other ones
100.
with a different point.
The evolution of the sport. When would everyone ever tinker with points as much as they do
100.
nowadays? It's one of the big factors now with darts, the amount that people move around a point. Very rare do we see a point that's just a standard sort of factory fitted
60.
point that comes with them nowadays.
Are you a standard size point guy, or?
Oh yeah, I don't tinker with that stuff.
29.
So you wouldn't like my 42mm points then?
Nope. I just find it makes, as you draw the dart back, it feels like it stands up more in the hand. So you end up shouldering the dart a little bit more. Third maximum of the game for Reece Robinson. Sixth of the day so far.
100. Reece
So what you're
requires
saying there,
64.
I don't mind that because I like it facing upwards like that for the arc.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Reece
This
Robinson.
is good from Reece.
And I love the fact that we're getting celebrations from Reece Robinson on a Monday morning, or Monday afternoon as it is now. But we had them
Fifth
earlier
leg.
on.
It's Tom to throw first.
that-
Game on.
This means something.
He wants those couple of days off. He wants to go get himself a 99
60.
and walk down the seafront for a couple of days. Obviously not called a 99 these days for the sake of it being 99 pence.
I'll have a £3.50, please.
135.
Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
Not quite.
And do you know what? I'm going to go off very quickly here.
47.
Why is it £3 without a flake, or like £4 with a flake? That's not a pound for that little flake they stick in the top. Why do they charge so much? It's like cheeseburgers. They had 50
95.
pence on for that one slice of cheese. Rant over.
Matt's rant for the day.
40.
You might find that he's going to have plenty of time, though, to go get a ice cream and a cheeseburger. If he keeps throwing darts like this, 102.5, the average from Reece Robinson. That's on the back of what he's shown us so far today, where he's
59.
not dropped below a 90
Reece
average all
require
day.
143.
Treble 17 leaves double 16 for an absolute
Game
roof
shot
raiser,
on the
and
match.
that is
Reece
sensational.
Robinson.
Reece Robinson is absolutely taking Group A by storm. Mr. Must-See is at it again. 104.29 the averages, and finishes with a blockbuster 143 finish for a 12 dart leg. He is saying to everyone else in that practice room, catch me if you can. Coming up after the break, we're going to see David Slitting against Lee Cox.
Welcome back, and what a special performance that was from Reece Robinson. 4-1 victory against Tom Lonsdale. 104 the average, a 143 to finish the job off with a 12-dart leg. Right, next up for us, it is the battle between Schlichting and Cox. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. What a game we have just witnessed here at the MODUS Super Series. Reece Robinson producing fireworks here on Monday afternoon. But I'm looking forward to this one as well, because David Schlichting put in a fabulous performance last time out to get his first points on the board. And the crafty Coxie was looking to go second in the table with a win.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $41. $85. $180.
Fabulous maximum from David Schlichting. It's put him in control, but has Coxie got one of his own? Yes, he has. Back-to-back maxes.
I was just having a little look at the sports book
57.
to see what they thought of this one. And as the day's gone on, the punters have started to edge towards Lee Cox.
45.
Thinking they're seeing a little bit more from the crafty Coxie than they have the turtle. But what's interesting for me is
100.
that recent form of David Schlichting has been the most recent of his day, and he's only had to wait one match to get back on
100.
stage, where Lee Cox has had to
David,
wait
you
3.
require
I think that makes quite
123.
significant differences.
Yeah, I agree, because he'll still be fresh. He'll have played, no doubt, may have gone to the toilet, but then just carried on,
85.
just ticking the arm over. So
Lee
he'll still feel
required
good.
91.
It was one of the things I disliked of playing a Group A.
51.
Sometimes those gaps in
David, you
breaks
require
of play.
38.
Decides to split.
Game shot on
And
the first
hits.
leg. David Schlichting.
He is growing as this week goes on, which is what we
Second
expect
leg,
with
it's Lee to
debutants. We
throw
always
first.
give them
Game
a couple
on.
of days to settle in before we really start to sort of scrutinise a little bit on them. And Schlichting is starting to show us
95.
what's got him to those quarterfinals on those secondary PDC tours. Pre-COVID,
140.
David was your #1 German youth player. Will be taking part in the
100.
German Super League that'll be coming up soon, which carries a spot to Alexandra Palace.
It does. Tough tournament to win as well, the German Super
100.
League.
Florian Hempel won it last year, I believe.
Yeah, a man whose recent form was upturned after struggling for the past year.
Can I have another rant? Have I got time to have another rant?
Yeah, that's all. You've always got time, Matt.
Which I don't agree with, because he was a tour card holder, so he shouldn't have been allowed to play in a system that allows him a second chance that
139.
other people don't get. There's another rant.
But other than that,
Other than that, he won it, yeah, so fair play.
57. Lee, you require 167.
the 167 is not going to go.
60.
A 2-treble visit here puts pressure on this 107. A 3-treble visit would have been delightful.
100. Lee, you require 107. $55.
There's a chance
David, you require
for
104.
David Schlichting to break the throw here. 104. needs a treble and has hit.
90.
Comes inside.
Lee,
on
you
the double
require
14.
52. Game shot on the
Clinical
second
from
leg.
Cox.
Lee Cox.
Do you know, I've commentated now on Lee Cox for many a weeks
Third
down
leg,
here at the
it's
Super
David to throw
Series.
first. Game on.
Chat to Lee Cox quite a bit. Really fascinating character to talk to. But
59.
if I had to pick out a weakness in Lee Cox's game, it's that he respects other people far too much and he expects everyone to hit everything. We
95.
saw him at the back of the stage there while Schnitzing was throwing at the double, almost nodding along, expecting it. I think he overestimates everybody else's ability whilst underestimating his own.
Yeah, just needs to believe in himself more. We've seen him produce fabulous darts here at the Super Series.
85.
We know the game is in there. Just back yourself, Lee.
$85.
Mind you, I think that's a trait of a modern dart player that's not played at the highest level before, that is trying to make their way up there, because
95.
also I'm really good friends with Jamie Kelling. Again, a man that has won a week here at the Super Series, and he sometimes thinks the same at
96.
Same problem. Because I commentated the week after Jamie Kelling came back, and in his interview, he says, I need to win again to prove the first one wasn't a fluke.
No, you don't.
59.
You've won. It's in the ledger. Can't take it away.
Interesting, isn't it, how different people perceive different
57.
tasks and activities.
Lee, you require 167. $59. David, you require 144. $94. Lee, you
So
require
108
108.
for a breaker throw. Can he see the treble? Yes is the answer.
76.
Not quite the double
David, you
16.
require 50.
I was a lot closer than it would make you appear as well, with that sort of illusion of the miss. He chose to go left.
18.
I think the play there was to
Lee,
move
you
to the
require
right.
32.
Thought it would have opened up the bed a little bit, used it as a bouncer. Instead, tried to throw over the
Game
equipment.
shot on the third leg. Lee
Instead,
Cox.
He's 2-1 down. He's had opportunities as David, which has kind of been the story of his day so far.
Fourth leg.
But
It's
he's
Lee
sort
to
of
throw
getting a bit of
first. Game on.
Awakening to the standard that is required here at the Super Series.
60.
And a win for Lee Cox here would take him up into second place. 2 points behind the leader, Reese Robinson.
140. 100.
So that first dart looks so inviting.
84.
He'll be disappointed not to
140.
have at least had another one next to it.
$60. $127.
It's a good setup from Lee Cox. All David Schlichting can do here is apply maximum pressure.
139.
Pressure applied from the
Lee
German.
requires 74.
20 and tops. Tops for 3-1.
54.
Drag low.
David, you require 78.
big treble. Buys him an extra dart.
Game shot
And
on
the
the
extra
fourth
dart
flag.
used
David
successfully. Gets that breaker throw immediately back and puts himself back in the driver's seat in this one. A finally evenly
flag, it's
matched game
David to
so
throw
far
first.
between the two players.
Game on.
Makes it very hard to separate the two.
100.
I've noticed more and more. We're getting the old phantom Paul limb dart from players more and more now. Daryl Pilgrim
100.
does it a lot. We saw it a few more times. We've just seen David Schlichting do it as well.
It's took him a while, but he's got
96.
there. The Paul limb. I like things that are defined, or moments that are defined by a player where when you see it happen, you
60.
go, oh, that's the so-and-so. Like the old debate with Luke Humphries with a 138. Did he take it off Della?
92.
Don't ask Keith Della that one.
It's one of the best bits of fishing I've ever seen on Twitter from Dan Dawson.
Oh, it was filthy, wasn't it?
100.
Fishermania at its finest. $177.
Massive hit there. A maximum visit from David Schlichting to leave himself double 18. What a turnaround, because he was staring down the
60.
barrel of going 3-1 down
David,
not
you
long
require
ago.
36.
And now he's going to put himself into a position
Game shot on
where
the
he's a
fifth
leg
flag.
away
David Schlichting.
from winning the match. A 13 darter there from David. And he's starting to arrive. We said in that last match, was
Sixth
that the
flag, it's
arrival
Lee to throw
of
first.
David Schlichting
Game
when he
on.
beat Steve Brown 4-2? This would certainly be that moment, a win over Lee Cox, a man who's won a Group A before.
100.
The more and more I look at David Schlichting, the more and more I like what I see. There is definitely a player within him.
58.
Yes, he's still raw and a rough diamond, but there is a player there that I think could do great things.
85.
I like the action, I like the
81.
image. And we're seeing some good darts to go with it as well. Winning legs of 16, 15, 13. And of course, on that 13, it was the brilliant 177 that set it all
59.
up.
$59.
In terms of actions from a coaching point of view, we've seen two conflicting ones here. Lee Cox at the back
30.
of the backswing, there's a slight pause, and on Schlichting's there isn't. It's just one motion. Which are you more of a fan of, the one motion or the slight pause?
133.
Pauses are never a good thing within the action, but there's not really a stop with the Lee Cox action. The reason it looks so different between the two is
60.
purely because the unorthodox
David, you
grip
require
that
170.
Lee Cox has on the dart. It'll just cause the
100.
angle
Lee,
of the dart
require
on that drawback just to
167.
push slightly down to the point with the floor.
The 167 is not going to go. So
24.
David Schlichting should
David, you
get
require
at least
70.
one match start. He may get two. It's only going to be potentially one at the bullseye.
45.
No, I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Lee, you require 143.
I'd have played some mind games there. I'd have plonked one in the 10 or the 18 and said to Lee Cox, I don't think you can take this out.
I would have as well, but we've also
59.
talking about a group that's give us bull
David, you
19, bull
require
and 13,
25.
bull for 63. So nothing's going to surprise me with these lads.
Game shot. Under
There we
match.
have it. David
Schlichting.
Schlichting with his second victory on the spin. The Turtle is off and running here in Group A as he joins your own Bottenberg and Lee Cox on 4 points. This group all of a sudden is getting interesting, but coming up after the break, it is Jarno Bottenberg against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw David Schlichting make it 2 wins with 2 from his last 2 games, shall I say, by getting the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it's the final game of the 4th round of fixtures. It's Jarno Bottenberg against Steve Brown. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matthew Redger and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. And I don't want to pile too much pressure onto Steve Brown just yet, but is this almost bordering a must-win game?
First leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
For his goals and aspirations, I don't know, I'm speculating here, but for his goals and aspirations of winning Group A, I don't think he came here with that in mind. I
57.
think Steve Brown's here for the week with 3 days of practice where he can be Steve Brown, the dart player, and then 2 days of trying to qualify for Saturday.
96.
He's a very, very busy man these days. And doesn't have a lot of time for darts, which can be seen in the amount of times he's played
60.
darts in the last year. It's purely just been a couple of Super Series campaigns.
The reason I say this being must-win is the way the fixtures
44.
have gone. It couldn't have got any worse for him. His last 2 games on a Monday, Jarno Bottenberg and Mr. Must-See,
55.
Reece Robinson.
Yeah, I think Steve Brown won't be too disappointed with not being in the running for Group A. I think he probably wouldn't have
85.
expected to have won this group in all realistic expectations. So, in terms of pressure, no, I don't think there is pressure here
77.
for Steve Brown. In terms of pride, in terms of what he will want from this,
40.
I don't think he's going to be happy, but what he needs from this is not to win the group.
60.
There's a chance of an early break here for the Bomber. Needs to find some trebles, and one on the floor certainly
40.
won't help.
$140.
Oh, the Bob Anderson finger point is out as well today.
See what I mean? When someone does something that becomes iconic with that person, that's when you know you've done something good.
That is the most iconic, and I'm going to say the best 180 celebration
55.
that there is in the sport.
Jarno, you require 52. $20.
Yeah,
Steve,
I'm
you
finding it
require
hard to argue with you a
141.
little bit here.
$89. Jarno, you require 32.
Bomberg looking at double 16.
No score.
And again, that first dart was too
Steve, you
close.
require
There was no room
52.
to manoeuvre around it.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve Brown.
Nice little polished finish there from Steve Brown to give himself a breaker throw. But I am going to pose that question over to
Second
our
leg,
viewers.
it's Steve to throw first.
Do get in touch
Game
with
on.
us. Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. You can see the tag in the bottom of your screen there, at MSS Darts. Although, am I allowed to call it
50.
Twitter still? It's X now, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll always be Twitter.
Twitter or X, well, however you know it by. Could you get in touch? Let
84.
us know what you think is the most iconic 180 celebration. I think we're going to get a lot of people say Andrew Gilding.
95.
The Andrew Gilding thumb is good, but it's not in the league of the Bob Anderson finger point.
60.
What about the old helicopter?
The Brendan Dolan helicopter. Not a fan
45.
myself.
I'm sure we're missing some classics out. Please do get in touch with us today, guys. Let us know the most
80.
iconic 180 celebration. But I do think we're going to get a lot of thumbs.
And no, you can't just say the Gerwin Price Raw either. Too broad.
What about the bow?
85.
Yeah, I don't mind.
80.
So just checking there that the point was touching. It doesn't have to fully penetrate the board. It just has to be touching the board fascia.
Yeah, I know it's a rule from forever, but do you think it's touching enough? Surely it should have to penetrate.
52.
I don't know where you draw the line though there with that. I think that's sort
59.
of a fixed rule in there. I like how it is. I like how it is. What was we just talking about? The 138?
84. Yano, you
The Luke
require
Humphreys.
138.
Well, he's going the Humphreys way.
He fancied that as well, didn't he? You can tell by that reaction.
78. Steve, you require 90.
Troll 17 would have left double 16,
25.
but is Steve Brown
Yano, you
handing that
require
break of
60.
throw straight back? Tops for one apiece. One more at
Getting
10s.
shot on the second leg. Yano Bottenberg.
I like Yano as a player already. I'm sold.
Well, there's one thing
Third
I'll be
leg,
doing
it's
at the end
Yano
of
to
this
throw
week.
first. Game on.
I'll be tracking to see how he gets on. And I'll be looking for that lakeside draw to see who
93.
he's got, because I think he's going to be a big danger.
I was expecting looking at his odds as well, because my guess is he will be overpriced.
180. 58.
I've been impressed with him. I like what I see.
85. 58.
The 180 from Brown in this leg. Let's put him in control right now.
46.
Potentially a third break of throw in a row on the cards here.
96. 100.
He was a qualifier for the WDF World Championship.
44.
Didn't do the
Steve,
system.
you require 90.
Got in on the Open.
30. Yano, you require 152.
Yano looking at 152 for a hold. It's going to be double 16. Oh, he's the wrong side of the wire.
136. Steve, you require 60.
Fabulous effort. But Steve Brown's missed the big number. Can he rescue the situation?
Game shot
The
on the
answer is
third
yes, he
leg.
can.
Steve Brown. Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Just having a look through the performance that day. He was tend to be around the mid to high 80s the whole
46.
way through in that qualifier, which good enough signs that he can compete in that field.
93.
Yeah, look, there are a couple of what you call real standouts in that field that have an unbelievable A game.
123.
But as we know through most tournaments, it's not your A game, it's your B game that matters, because at some point
58.
you're going to rely on that to get you through a tricky moment.
Have you got a favourite in mind for that now that Luke Littler's come out of the pot?
I think
59.
on form, Andy Barton's would be my favourite.
Okay. I had a feeling you was going to go with Bieletsky.
I'm not convinced he will be there yet,
100.
because he still has an opportunity to get to Alexandra Palace, and I think he may come through that Eastern European qualifier.
180.
But if Sebastian is there, I agree with you. He is a fabulous talent.
60. Steve,
won
you
the
require
weekend not too long ago. The
93.
week Luke Littler was here as well. He was the man who took him out in the semi-finals. He'll be at Champions Week, which is where all the players this week are trying to get to.
37.
Only 2 more spaces available at Champions Week. And this is the time you want to qualify, right at the back end
100.
of a series.
Steve, you require 56.
I'm laughing at something and we'll bring it up in a minute.
36.
Steve Brown
Yano, you
Just-
require 90.
hanging on to that slender lead at the moment, but that's a missed opportunity. Needs the ball. That
Getting
is
shot on the fourth flag.
sensational.
Jano Bottenberg.
From Jarno Bottenberg. He's rescued the situation. It was a stray first dart into the treble five, and Steve Brown gives him a mark of respect there. What a fabulous
Fifth flag,
recovery.
it's Jano to throw first. Game on.
And Matt, going back to your point earlier about the best 180
57.
celebration, we've had one in on Twitter from Graham. He said, what about the Bobby George against John Lowe?
100.
It was different.
$60.
You know that he was very nervy going for that. Like he had that lined up ready, didn't he? And he's like, if that moment appears.
85. $58.
I've been impressed with the way Steve Brown's battling here. I really have. That he's not at his best, but he is trying absolutely everything.
140.
It's one thing you can't take out of a sportsman.
60.
That fight, that desire. That want to win. That need to win.
Yeah,
85.
You change it there. It's not a wanting to win. In that sportsman, it's that needing to win. That adrenaline rush, that buzz that winning gives you. It is
62.
like a drug. It just
Steve, you require
craves you.
91.
Scratching that next itch as well.
Game shot on the fifth
And
flag.
that is a good
Steve
finish
Brown.
as well to reply to the 90 finisher Bottenberg. Steve Brown is a leg away from getting his first points here. And he will have
Sixth
the
flag.
darts.
It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And after 4 laps of fixtures, it will just start to tighten up a little bit
85.
in those positions underneath Reece Robinson, who is running away with things.
140.
Well, he certainly would be running away with things here if Steve Brown was able to get the victory here. We could have this table pretty much done by the end of tomorrow.
140.
Yeah, Mr. Must-See may have his feet up.
85.
Mr. Must-See might become John Cena, where we can't see him. Because he won't be here on Thursday and Friday if he continues to play the way he is doing, because
44.
he'll be having his days off and be opening his interview once again with easy work.
140.
However, Jarno Bottenberg has got something to say on that.
$140. Yano, you require 136.
Match
58.
opportunity for
Steve,
Steve
you
Brown.
require 92.
It's going to get 2 match darts. One more, double 16.
Game shot,
And that is
undermatch,
brilliant
Steve
from the bomber,
Brown.
Steve Brown. He is battling his way back into some form here. That's his best performance of the day so far, and it is his first points on the board. And there we have the stats, just over 80 average for the bomber, but the key one is 57% on the outer ring. Coming up after this short break, we're going to see David Schlichting against Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Brown, before the break, got the better Jano Bottenberg by 4 legs to 2. That completes our 4th cycle of fixtures for the day. Prior to that, we saw David Schlichting get the better of Lee Cox by that same scoreline, and Reece Robinson getting the better of Tom Lonsdale. An impressive performance there by 4 legs to 1. So 1 round of fixtures left to go. This is how the table occupies itself after 4 of 5 today. And Reece Robinson has already opened up a 2-point lead on the rest of the field. Jano Bottenberg, having won his first 2 games, has lost his subsequent 2. Lee Cox and David Schlichting now 2 wins apiece. Steve Brown and Tom Lonsdale both on 2 points. Right, the final round of fixtures kicks off with Schlichting in action against Lonsdale, being watched by Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, as we enter the final round of fixtures here on this Monday afternoon. I mean, we were just chatting during the break there, Matt. The first 4 have been fabulous to commentate on and watch. It's been some really good stuff. Getting to know the players, knowing their quirks, their traits. It's been good.
First leg, it's David
Absolutely,
to throw first. Game on.
For David, it's good to see him grow into the day as well. We're seeing the opposite effect with Jarno. But David's someone who really has grown, and that first start is something that I've mentioned quite a lot throughout the day.
I think with the type of action he's got,
43.
as he develops in his career, he is going to be a proper first dart merchant. That if dart 1 is set like that, 2 and 3 will follow.
Yeah, I agree.
80.
He's getting that first start right, but then he's not following it in. I think that's something we're going to see him develop.
57.
Of course, German darts in a really good place
58.
right now. We've got the Super League coming up, and of course, Ricardo Petrescu winning on the Euro Tour last night, and
65.
everyone's saying it's a shock. And yeah, I agree, it is a shock, but it's not a massive one, because Ricardo's been playing really well all year, going deeper and deeper in tournaments, and you could see him get into the latter stages. And who he beat, of course, was fabulous, but he's been growing as a player
59.
month after month recently.
Yeah, he has, and he's somebody that a year ago you probably wouldn't have put in the position he is
58.
now, but he's certainly working hard and he's getting the results, he's getting the rewards, and probably a bit of an inspiration to people like
60.
David Schlichting to
David, you require 160.
show that those roads are not roadblocked. They're opportunities that anybody can step
95.
up and take. That's one of the good things about darts. You don't rely on a manager to pick you or a selection or a scout. If you throw better than the person you're playing against
37.
enough, you will get to the end goal.
David, you require 72.
As well, on the German darts theme as well, that Nico Kurtz returned to the party as well at the weekend.
32.
It's getting a bit interesting, isn't it, overseas?
61. David, you require 40.
I've got it. Tom Lonsdale's struck me as a lookalikey, and I finally remembered who it is.
Game shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
Jamie Lewis.
Absolutely.
Second leg.
It took me
it's
all
Tom to
day.
throw first.
Every game he's come
Game
up,
on.
I'm thinking, who does he look like? He's such a lookalike. Jamie Lewis. Even the throw's a little
100.
bit on as well. I think we've got Jamie Lewis in disguise, but he hasn't done a very good job at it.
Warming up, ready for his
70.
late side as well. Just looking at the fundamentals there.
81.
Again, not a lot to go wrong. I like that. And again, a very straight
100.
elbow.
$43.
Just a little bit of
100.
non-control at the release of the dart, which he's seeing with the hand and the fingers sort of like spraying around a little bit, which will just lead to a little less control. You saw
80.
with that last dart coming through with the fingers pointing down to the floor, that was more of a straight controlled dart. You see there how the fingers sort of flicking. It's like an explosive release rather than a controlled
139.
release. So he's just trying to get his fingers off the dart as quick as he can.
81. David, you require
Just
92.
trust the motion of the arm.
$52. Tom, you require 116.
Good marker. Wasn't able to use it, so
100.
David Schlichting, who opened the day
David, you require
with
40.
back-to-back 4-0 defeats, takes a
Shot at the
2-0
second
lead
leg.
against Tom
David Schlichting.
Lonsdale, and on the live in-play table, goes second.
From a man that didn't
Third
win
leg, it's David to
a
throw
leg
first.
in 8.
Game on.
This has been some turnaround.
$100. $42.
And you just feel a big visit here will put him in complete
59.
control. Not quite there, so just leaves the door open a little bit.
81. $58. 96.
He's getting into this, isn't he? He's getting fired up. Come on, he says to himself.
32.
I like it. I just like the whole demeanour. I like the inner
59.
belief, the confidence.
Raise of the eyebrows. Doesn't affect it too much. Can still
85.
get the one treble to leave him on a finish.
I know that you were on the old messenger to your manufacturer and David as well. But
99.
they look like an
David, you
older
require
dart
167.
to me, something he's played with for a long time. They don't have that new look. They look quite worn.
Yeah, you tend to find a lot of players
59.
find it quite tricky to come
Tom, you
away from what
require
they used to, don't they? And
124.
a lot of the time, players just pick up a set of darts that are given to them locally or that they find
77.
locally. And
David, you require 108.
because of that, they tend to stick with it. There's so much now that's been done in the development of technology.
Game
But
shot
these
on the
seem to be
third
working
leg.
all right.
David Schlichting.
108 finish there from David Schlichting. He's 3-0 up. He's cruising. He's looking good. It was a tumbleless
Fourth leg,
finish that
it's
got
Tom
him his
to throw
first leg of
first.
the day.
Game on.
115 finish earlier on against Steve Brown. But
81.
he opened the day with a 4-0 defeat. He might be leaving us with a 4-0 victory.
Bookending his day with 4-0s.
121.
But going back to the point about using an older set and reluctant to change, I just find that in the world we live in these days, that's too much of a risk and
100.
too much of a gamble, because how many times do we see on social media that players have lost a suitcase or a suitcase hasn't arrived
81.
Or a dart breaks and you have to play a leg of darts with two.
or that? I just think that you have to be comfortable
125.
taking a new set if you have to.
Yeah, I agree.
59.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not very good. I can throw 26 with any set of darts.
58.
I think a bit harsh on yourself, Phil. I saw you practicing the other week. I saw you at a 41.
The odd one creeps in here and there.
125.
Nice
Tom, you
start there.
require
Then, ironically,
137.
leaves himself to 115, and he's going to get a shot at it. The 115, the shot that he took to win his first leg of the day, he might take to win the last leg
59.
of the day.
David, you require
And leave
115.
us with a hat-trick of victories. It's on.
Game shot and the match.
Fantastic
David
darts from David
Schlichting.
Schlichting. 115 finish to wrap up his day, and he leaves us in a positive frame. If this would have been the other way round, if he'd have won 3 games and lost 2, we might not see him leaving with as many smiles. But he's going to be competitive now as this group goes forward, and he will be back tomorrow to see if he can continue this winning trend. That's 3 in a row for David Schlichting. Can it be 5 in a row for Rhys Robinson? He's coming up next against Steve Brown.
This man here, Rhys Robinson, is looking to complete the card on day 1 here at the Super Series. He takes on Steve Brown in the penultimate game of the day, and that was after David Schlichting got the better of Tom Lonsdale 4-0 before the break. Right, watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. And here we are, the penultimate game of the session. And it's a huge one for Rhys Robinson. Can he go 5 from 5 and complete the perfect day? Stats would suggest, Matt, that he will.
Oh, the stats are massively in the favour of Rhys Robinson on every
First leg,
aspect.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
That last match from Rhys Robinson, a real standout performance. Our first Tumpless average of the week. I think we're going to get plenty more of those with the lineup that we've got here
140.
this week. 104.29 from Rhys Robinson, who is finding different ways of winning. He's finding ways he can win with dominant performances, and he's found ways of winning from 3-1 down, fight back in.
Yeah, and I just worry that Steve Brown's not going to have the
70.
scoring power to live with Robinson in this one.
You've got to agree, really, on the basis of what we're seeing so far. But one thing we did see from
140.
Steve Brown in that last game was not just an increased line of performance to his best performance of the week so far, but we saw a lot of fight.
140.
I'm pretty sure that the rest of the group will be hoping that Steve Brown can get the victory here. Otherwise, Rhys Robinson will be 4 points clear overnight.
45. Steve, you require
Even at this early
151.
stage, is 4 points too much?
4 points with the standard that's been
45.
shown by Reece Robinson so far is too much. But we know every day is different in this sport, and it only takes a slow start tomorrow, and he ends up getting reeled back in.
180.
The seventh
Steve
maximum
McQuarrie,
of the day for Reece Robinson. He's just been so dominant in all the boxes.
74. Reece, you require 8.
That maximum was huge. It applied all kinds of pressure. Now can he step in? Surely that's a great guide.
Game shot
And
on
the
the
answer
first
is yes,
leg.
it
Reece
is.
Robinson.
Reece Robinson breaks the throw. That look from Steve Brown just
Second
said
leg.
it all.
It's Reece to throw first. Game on. $135.
Just looking at throws and little quirks there.
66.
They're interesting. The Reece Robinson one is very smooth. Not a lot to go wrong with that.
80.
But then the other hand, Steve Brown, that little quirk, the way the index finger just raises up at the last minute there as he pulls it back to his eye.
100.
It's always interesting seeing the little quirks that different people have. But you tend to find that everyone will have different quirks and different things. It's not about taking them out. It's about making
64.
sure that the things that everybody does the same are the same. And that's one of the things that people often get wrong when they talk about throws or techniques. They
85.
think that there's a one-size-fits-all. No, there's certain things that everybody has to do. But there are so many different quirky things that you can do that are just non-effective to those fundamentals.
140.
Robinson down to 82 after 12.
45.
You see how far he had to go
Reece,
across
you
by the angle
require
of that dart.
82.
I should imagine bullseye. It's a great recovery. He's going to get a dart at double eight.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
the
Reece
82
Robinson.
goes. It's a little bit unconventional, but that doesn't matter because it's still in the ledger that Reece Robinson
Third leg.
leads
It's Steve
2-0.
to throw first. Game on. $92.
That looks inviting.
180.
Invitation accepted.
Come dine with Robinson.
100.
Well, he was on for it earlier. That was the 9 dart I was on about. It's off now, but he got close
119.
earlier. He got the 2 180s.
And already that little smirk that he gave when the first one went astray there, he knew
48.
already. He was thinking about it.
Well, he's done everything else today, hasn't he? He's played some fantastic darts. 8 maximums, 4 ton plus checkouts.
140.
A very strong daily average. That is only getting better. This performance from Reece Robinson is absolutely off the top shelf.
125. Reece, you
He's
require
averaging
62.
110.
$46.
missed.
Steve, you require 136.
And look what Steve Brown's left on. 136. With the darts.
28. Reece, you require 16.
It's been a scoring masterclass from Robinson. Now, can he finish it off? Moves across to open up the angle.
8.
Over adjusts.
Steve, you require 108.
That's where that sloppy visit there from Steve Brown has left him with more work to do than he'd have wanted. And it's work. That's a little bit too big of a task
48.
on this occasion.
Reece, you require 8.
You wouldn't expect Reece Robinson to miss again on the basis of
Shot
what
on
we've
the
seen
third
so
leg,
far,
Reece
and he
Robinson.
doesn't. Break a throw. One more leg to go for the perfect day for Reece Robinson, and he's done it in
Fourth
style.
leg, it's Reece to throw first.
He's enjoyed
Game on.
himself up there. He's done it his way.
.58.
Well, at this point of the day, he has lost just 5 legs.
That's impressive.
60.
This isn't just a good day. This is a dominant day. This is a day that's just about one man.
45.
This is a statement sent from Reece Robinson. This tells everyone else in Group A, you're on notice. I'm here to win this, have 2 days off, and come back on Saturday
45.
refreshed and ready to win another week.
Another one.
140.
He will be in good company, though, if he can get to Champions Week. And looking at who's there
100.
so far, who would you say is the favourite at the moment?
Oh, Pilgrim.
I agree.
140.
I think the second Luke Littler went out of the lineup, Pilgrim became strong favourite.
55.
I agree.
Reece,
The
you require
form that he showed at the
180.
Euro Tour at the weekend was, again, sublime. And tops to win it in style.
98.
Match start has gone.
Plenty of time on his hands.
83. Reece, you require 20. Game shot.
And Reece
Under
Robinson
match.
wraps
Reece
up
Robinson.
a perfect day. And it wasn't just a perfect day, it was a dominant day. Another 4-0 victory there for Reece Robinson, who ends the day guaranteed to be 4 points clear at the top of the table. Only lost 5 legs throughout the day. Average never dropped below 90, a peak of 104. Everything we say about Reece Robinson is positive today. He said he was Mr. Must See. He's been Mr. Can't Beat today. As we move into our final game, Lee Cox taking on Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back to the Super Series. We've got the man with the MODUS touch at the minute, Reese Robinson. 5 wins from 5 today. Many congratulations. I was just saying to you, just before we went on there, that your average didn't drop below 90 today, and you said you were still disappointed with yourself.
I didn't feel like I played well all day. There was patches of good darts, and I felt a little bit disappointed in every game I've played. There wasn't many 180s, not loads of big checkouts, but I'm probably expecting a little bit too much from myself.
However, would you say that you were consistent enough? Did you feel in yourself anyway that you felt consistent enough?
Yeah. When I've just come up here and you've said then that everything's over 90, that's all I aim for anyway, everything over 90, and if anything else is bonus, so yeah, happy.
So you made it through to Champions Week last time. Back here now, did you feel like there was a different weight of expectation on your shoulders this time, Reese?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Last time I came, the week I won, I wasn't fancied that, and then I wasn't fancied in the Champions Week, and then on Champions Night I was fancied a little bit, and I played all right all week, and then I looked in the room and I was favourite for this group, so they must fancy me a little bit now.
Well, last time we spoke, you called yourself Mr. Must-See here at the Super Series. Your interview really did light us up here at the live lounge. Now, you gave us a moment which definitely was must-see. I'm just going to point to this monitor down here and show you this effort here. Bull 19 Bull. Talk us through this.
It was must-see, wasn't it? I'm the human highlight reel.
And the perfect marker, wasn't it?
Oh, off the barrel. Slight touch off the barrel.
You're taking my job now. well, coming into the next couple of days, then obviously perfect start for yourself. 10 points from 10. Yeah. I suppose it is just about trying to keep going, keep ticking the wins on the board, getting the points on the board, and see what happens. Yeah.
I saw the guy the other week of 28, and I thought he's 30. I don't want the 30.
Right, he set the goalpost very high indeed. Well, Reese, we'll let you go. Thank you so much for popping up. Congratulations on your efforts today. Right, one more game. I don't often get a handshake up here. Lee Cox, Jarno Bottenberg with Matt and Phil.
I don't know which one I like more, Matt. Mr. Must-See or Mr. Highlight Reel?
Can we just interview Reese Robinson like after every match? It's absolutely brilliant.
Oh. I like that, the human highlight reel.
He's going to be like Apollo Creed soon, isn't he?
Yeah. We'll have a section on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, just the Reese Robinson playlist.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
Brilliant. I'm kind of rooting for him now because I just want to keep putting a microphone in his hand.
140.
So just looking at Lee Cox's darts now, those flights have certainly seen better
81.
days. They look a little bit battered at the ends there after today.
That treble's getting a bit battered.
180.
There they are.
180.
It's raining maximums here at the live lounge in Portsmouth.
He's always got that little bit of a risk there with this sort of flicky action and sort of holding on the balance that if he does hit material, he does run the risk of losing some darts.
100.
What,
Lee
like
require
magician losing?
141.
As in thinking and saying things that we can't repeat live on air, sort of losing.
Jarno, you require 140.
Was looking for another.
92. Lee, you require 46.
Double 18 for 1-0.
Shot on the first leg. Lee Cox.
Clinical from the crafty Coxie as he holds in 14.
Second leg, it's Jarno to throw
Another
first.
one as well, going off to
Game
what
on.
we said earlier about things being synonymous with a person. The 140 going the treble 18 route is
57.
the Rob Cross.
Yeah, just thinking as well when you said magician, like it didn't make me think of Robert Wagner, who used to do the somersault on the stage.
100.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
It's interesting as well when people have like different professions outside of darts. Do you know I used to actually be a medium?
I didn't.
60.
I'm now a large. Oh, you walked right into that one.
Classic Edgar.
95.
Tried to throw it there. I've never been a medium.
96.
You must have been at some point. It just probably went straight through.
Just can't remember it was that far back.
Well, that's live at the Apollo
47.
done for today.
There's your daily dose of dozer jokes.
134.
Meanwhile, we've actually got a very good game of darts going on here. Jano, averaging
137.
exactly 100. You
Jano,
don't see
you
that too
require
often after
154.
a couple of throws of darts have happened.
No, especially just a pure round number. Normally it's always point something.
114.
Lovely setup
require
shot there from Jano. He
122.
knows his way around a dartboard.
$97. Jano, you require 40.
I like that version of Lee Cox. We'll come back to that in a second. But first of all, Jano, double-double.
Game
Oh,
shot in
hello,
the second
party
leg.
pieces are
Jano
out here
Bottenberg.
in game 15 as Jano Bottenberg levels up. But I like that grit and that snarl from Lee Cox.
Third leg, it's Lee to
You
throw
said earlier he was
first.
being too
Game
nice.
on.
Maybe that's changed.
I like to see that more from Lee.
100.
More about him. I feel he plays a game through his opponent rather than through himself.
180.
Jano, 2 180s in this already. That's the third in the match.
100. $57.
This is brewing into a fine contest here, halfway through leg 3. He could do with another.
140.
Finds that all-important second treble. It's down to a finish.
120.
I thought that was a brave third dart with the way
Lee, you require
dart 2 was hanging on.
161.
It was sort of kicked across as well, wasn't it? It was just made it a stronger deflection.
Yeah, I wasn't sold that was
97.
the right play in that
Jano, you
situation.
require 144.
Even a single would have left this a much more gettable shot. Would have meant he just needed the one treble.
128.
Sets it up beautifully,
Lee, you
though.
require 64.
What a first dart that is. One more at double 8.
Game shot on the
Brilliant from
third
Lee
leg.
Cox
Lee
because the
Cox.
pressure had been applied by Jano Bottenberg with that fabulous setup play. But Lee Cox
Fourth leg,
steeliness
it's
in that
Jano to
mentality
throw
now.
first. Game on.
But going back to the point you made earlier about Bottenberg, what a mathematical brain he has, whizzing around the board, but in
81.
full control, knowing what he has at all times.
You tend to find you get that a lot from the Dutch players as well. And I remember being told at one point that Jelle Klassen was actually one of the best darting brains in the world just for
95.
finding his way around the board.
He's right up there. I fully agree that.
42.
And that there's a few of them that the Europeans just seem to be able to compute the numbers much better.
Yeah, they've worked out
60.
all the different possibilities and the routes. Can imagine it's not very fun to referee.
180. 140.
Some of the doubles he leaves as well. One thing I did notice that he was when he was here as
92.
well, that he can have the same finish 2 legs in a row and he'll go a different way both times.
It doesn't help when they're so quick as well. Certainly glad I don't have to
140.
do those sums, but
Jano, you
the
require
sums here, both
106.
players over 100 average. An absolute fine way to wrap up your Monday action
88.
with a main event style
Lee
clash in
requires
terms of the
66.
numbers.
And there's an opportunity here for a break. It's going to be 20 for double 18. This is a huge dart. That
Game
is
shot on the fourth
sensational
flag,
from
Lee
Lee Cox. And the celebrations are out from him now as well. It's catching. Group A is igniting here, and Lee Cox knows he needs to win this game to keep the pressure on Reece
flag, it's
Robinson
Lee
at
to
the
throw
top
first.
of the table.
Game on.
He's found that all-important break of throw here and now has the darts to seal the deal. But needs to find a treble and does.
93.
The 18s comes to his rescue. Both averages are over the ton mark, as you can see here.
180.
As Jarno Bottenberg pins his 4th max and takes the average over 105, yet he trails 3-1. This is some game
100.
in our final action of the day here in Group A. We're saving the best until last.
134.
And in the blink of an eye, Bottenberg is carving this break back opportunity.
43.
He thought about it,
137.
but thought better. Leaves 50 after 9.
83.
Is he going to do it?
Jarno, you require 50.
Go on, go for the ball and a 10. He went for it. I don't mind that. But
Game
seals the
shot on
deal
the 5th
in
flag,
12.
Jarno Bottenberg.
And again, celebration. Breaks straight back. Nothing Lee Cox can do about that one. 12
6th flag, it's
darter
Jarno to throw first.
from the Dutchman.
Game on. 55.
He is an exciting talent. Jarno Bottenberg.
97.
But Lee Cox just going about his business here.
60.
2 trebleless visits, though, have opened the door for Cox. But needs to find something here. Needs a treble.
39.
He also can't find one, so hasn't punished. And you just feel that Bottenberg is going to step
100.
in here. The Cox radar has gone astray. The raise of the eyebrows
25.
say it all. A couple of visits ago, it was a golden opportunity
98.
where now it's looking as if we're going to go to a deciding leg. Needs to fill it
140.
and doesn't. So Jarno Bottenberg has 6 darts to square off 188 and send us all the way.
96.
96 leaves him 92.
$85. Jarno, you require 92.
Will he be safe or will he be aggressive? Treble 20 or ball. What's his MO? He's gone for the ball. Bullseye to send us all the way. But he can't have that, the angle there. He can't see any of it.
47. Lee, you require 115.
95. Treble 19 leaves double.
99. Jarno, you require 45.
So, key passage of play. 2 darts at tops.
5.
He can't take them. Lee Cox
Lee, you require
has match
16.
darts and 3 of them.
Game
Only
shot
needs the
on the
one.
match. Lee Cox.
Ends the day with a 4-2 victory over Jarno Bottenberg to keep his Group A hopes alive. 4 points behind Reece Robinson at the top, but he's keeping the pressure on. There we have it, 93.30 average. 4 from 6 on the outer ring, but it's the 4 maximums from Jarno Bottenberg that catches the eye in our final game as we go up to the boys on the balcony.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, so victory there for Lee Cox in that last game. And an interesting day, actually, really, for both players there, wasn't it?
Yeah, good end to the day there from both as well. I think Jano's probably shown some really good signs throughout the day. I think he probably would have expected a few more points, especially how he started the day. It's the complete opposite of David, who sort of started slow and then played really well at the back end. So, disappointment for Jano. He's someone who really grabbed my attention early on. But Lee Cox, what a way to finish the day. Really, really good performance for him and really sets himself up and keeps himself in the running to try and close down Reece Robinson at the top.
Right, those are the results for day one here at the live. Let's dissect then what we have seen. We're going to talk a lot about Reece Robinson in a second, but first I want to talk about David Schlichting because, yes, he lost his first 2 games of the day, but there were 2 big performances, and then towards the latter end, we really did see the turtle get going.
He grew into it, didn't he? He sort of grown as the day went on, and the performance at the back end of the day there, a 4-0 victory against Tom, was just the icing on the cake, I think, for what we expected to see from him. We didn't know what sort of levels he was going to produce here, and he lost 8 legs out of 8 at the start of the day, and you start getting concerned for players at that point. Took out that 115 against Steve Brown. He's not looked back since. I'm going to be really interested to see how he gets on tomorrow.
The tenacious tungsten turtle.
I know we were saying about finding different things for different people, but maybe we should stay out of that one.
Yeah, okay, right. Let's talk about Reece Robinson because he really has dominated. He's lit up day one here at the Super Series in more ways than one. And there's only one place we can start, the Ball 19 Bull. That was absolutely incredible.
Ridiculous is what I would have said it was. I don't know why he's going that way in the first place, but it was brilliant and I absolutely loved it. And I'm so glad he did go that way. I was losing my composure in comms downstairs when that was happening, and it's what Reece Robinson kind of does. He's a bit like Luke Littler in that way, that they like to go for things in different ways. With some go for tops with 3 darts in his hand. He's more than just a good player. He likes to try and entertain as well, and no more entertaining than when you stick the microphone in his hand. I absolutely love it. I wish we could interview him more.
It was great fun up here on the balcony, it has to be said. But look, we know how good he is, but do you know what? It's nice to see people like that who bring a real energy. They bring a real fun element towards the game. And, you know, he brings that side of it. He brings that real exuberance on top of the brilliance.
Yeah, and that's what you need. You don't want robots. You don't want people doing the same things over and over again. You know, does some of the stuff he say, is it quite exaggerated? Yeah, of course it is. But at the same aspect, I find it so entertaining. I'm absolutely loving it. I'm so glad he's here. And I'm really enjoying not just his darts, but everything that's coming around it. And I wish we had more people like that in the game at the moment.
Well, there is the highlights reel from the human highlights reel there, as you saw there. He reeled off 5 wins from 5, and we can confirm that now by having a look at the standings at the end of day one. Lee Cox in second place alongside David Schlichting. Robinson for 4-point lead right from the get-go. But for Jano Bottenberg, he came out of the traps flying, winning his first 2, but then the performances were still there, just the results didn't marry up.
It's how you leave here today that really matters. So for David, he's left here on the back of 3 wins. He had his defeats at the start of the day. He's going to leave here positive. For Jano, total opposite. He's going to forget those wins and forget that good start to the day and the good start to the campaign. And he's probably going to be leaving here in quite a negative vibe. So it's not just about getting the results, it's about where you get the results. And unfortunately for Jano, he's left here negative, and now he's got to come back tomorrow and try and turn that result around against Lee Cox, knowing what Lee Cox is capable of, because it'll be fresh in the mind that defeat he's just taken.
Do you know what? It's been good fun today, hasn't it?
I've loved it. I can't wait for more, actually. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Can we interview Reece at the start of the day as well?
We can, if you like.
The start of the day, the end of the day, and maybe in the middle. That'll be enough, I think.
Might be exaggerating a little bit. Maybe we just give him a microphone during one of the games. That'd be interesting.
Well, it's not been done before, has it?
It's not been done before. Maybe innovation, and maybe we just put that idea to the dustbin. Right, that is it. Thank you for your company today. I'll see you spick and span tomorrow morning.
Looking forward to it already. It's going to be a good show.
We'll make it a date then. Thank you so much for your company. Remember, we're live exclusively on the YouTube channel tomorrow from 9:30 for all of the continuating action from Group A here in Week 11. But as far as today is concerned, well, here's to you, Reece Robinson. The Super Series loves you more than you will know.